Chapter 3152. Duan Lingtian. When the elders and disciples regained their senses, they instinctively turned to look at the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. With just a glance, they saw the name Duan Lingtian was no longer in its original position. It had squeezed into the top 20 and was ranked 19th. Duan Lingtian now had a total of 58 points. 58 points, if I remember correctly, he only had 34 points before. In other words, he obtained 24 points from the disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion. 24 points. How many of us did he eliminate? When the elders and disciples of the Fire Glaze Manor saw Duan Lingtian's ranking on the scoreboard, they were all dumbfounded. He eliminated 23 of us. One of us has 2 points. Not bad. The most infuriating thing is that he actually blocked the entrance and shouted, and said that whoever dares to go out will be eliminated. Too arrogant. He's too arrogant. I want to inform Senior Brother Tan Yuan and Senior Brother Mo Pingji, if his strength is really as the rumors say. Senior Brother Tan Yuan and Senior Brother Mo Pingji, I'm afraid they might not be his match, right? That's right. Since he dared to block the entrance of our campsite, there's no way he didn't consider Senior Brother Tan Yuan and Senior Brother Mo Pingji, who said they were going to fight him one-on-one. Tell Senior Brother Tan Yuan, Senior Brother Mo Pingji, and the other seniors and juniors in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to join forces against him. Isn't this a bit too much? Bully. He's already riding on top of our Fire Glaze Manor, and you're saying that we're bullying him? In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, was shouting at the entrance of the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. When the news spread in the Fire Glaze Mansion, all the elders and disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion were furious. Even the Vice Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion was furious. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Many transmissions were sent from the Fire Glaze Mansion to the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Then, the elders in the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm would transmit the transmissions to those in the middle realm. While the commotion in the Fire Glaze Mansion's estate continued, the people from the other Grade 6 celestial mansions also noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's ranking. Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion has entered the top 20 in just a blink of an eye. 24 points, seems to have been obtained directly. Who did he eliminate this time? Duan Lingtian's ranking? It's not only that person who didn't get eliminated. Even the other people on the scoreboard didn't get eliminated when he got into the top 20. What's going on? Isn't this too strange? The people from the Grade 6 celestial mansions were curious about how Duan Lingtian managed to obtain so many points. It was not the middle of the month yet. Duan Lingtian was considered to be in the middle of the month, so 24 points was still a lot. He was already in the top 50. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion to obtain so many points. Do you remember how Duan Lingtian eliminated more than a dozen people from the Martial Battle Mansion last month? An elder from a Grade 6 celestial mansion asked. Elder, are you saying Duan Lingtian eliminated more than a dozen people from the Martial Battle Mansion? Are you stupid? The Martial Battle Mansion's base changes every month. It's already a coincidence that Duan Lingtian managed to find it last month. Do you think he'll find it again this month? Is the Martial Battle Mansion that unlucky? Does this mean Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion managed to find another Grade 6 celestial mansion's base? The people from the Grade 6 celestial mansions discussed among themselves. Soon after, some of the people from the Grade 6 celestial mansions received messages from their friends in the Fire Glaze Mansion. They were stunned when they read the messages. Duan Lingtian blocked the Fire Glaze Mansion's base and eliminated more than 20 people from the Fire Glaze Mansion. That Duan Lingtian even said that he would eliminate anyone who dares to leave the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. How deep is his enmity with the Fire Glaze Mansion? Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion is a madman. He offended the Martial Battle Mansion last month, and now, he's offending the Fire Glaze Mansion. Just wait and see. The Fire Glaze Mansion won't let this matter rest. Gradually, news of Duan Lingtian blocking the Fire Glaze Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm spread to all the Grade 6 celestial mansions. Even the profound Nether Mansion had received the news. I was wondering how Duan Lingtian managed to obtain so many points. I didn't see anyone on the scoreboard being eliminated. I didn't expect him to be so bold as to block the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Is he tired of living? It's good that he did that, but did he not think about how the Fire Glaze Mansion would let him off the hook? Even if the Fire Glaze Mansion didn't kill him in the middle realm, the Fire Glaze Mansion would definitely seek revenge on him. Reckless. He's too reckless. Everyone in the profound Nether Mansion thought Duan Lingtian was too reckless when they learned about Duan Lingtian's actions. That brat, Qi Tianming, was dumbfounded when he heard the news. It's fine if the Martial Battle Mansion sent themselves to him last month. I don't think the Martial Battle Mansion will hold a grudge against him. However, why did he go to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base and make a ruckus this time? How is the Fire Glaze Mansion supposed to face him? Qi Tianming's expression was solemn when he regained his senses. His eyes were filled with worry. Meanwhile, in the profound Nether Mansion's estate, an uninvited guest appeared in a palace hidden behind an illusory formation. The guest was a tall and well-built middle-aged man dressed in a dark green robe. He had a dignified expression on his face. After he entered the palace, he easily made his way to the courtyard at the back of the palace. The courtyard was huge, and half of it was occupied by a lake. At this moment, a thin and short old man wearing a bamboo hat could be seen fishing at the side of the lake. Grandmaster. The green-robed middle-aged man stood behind the old man. He stood there quietly for a while until the old man caught a fish and placed it in the basket. Only then did he dare to speak. Why are you here again? The old man in patched robes put his fishing rod aside and picked up a wine gourd from his waist. He opened it and drank as he asked impatiently, "Grandmaster, it's about that little fellow." The green-clad middle-aged man replied in a slightly nervous manner. Although Duan Lingtian was the true master of the profound Nether Mansion, he was still like a child in front of the old man who had brought him up. He did not dare to act recklessly. The old man's dignified aura had left a deep impression on him. Oh! The old man turned to look at the green-clad middle-aged man. What's wrong with him? He entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for a day, but is ranked 19th. Moreover, he's standing in front of the Fire Glaze Mansion's base and announced that he'll eliminate anyone who dares to come out of the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. The green-clad middle-aged man smiled bitterly. Grandmaster, do you really want him to become the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion? He's a troublemaker. He's already so troublesome even before becoming the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Once he becomes the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, he'll probably cause a ruckus. Moreover, I've looked into it. The reason he's able to achieve so much at such a young age is because he consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. A few years ago, when he joined the Simplicity Celestial sect, he was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, he didn't comprehend the law of space. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit must have given him the law of space when it granted him his cultivation base as a 10 directions celestial duke. At this moment, the old man interrupted the green-clad middle-aged man. What are you trying to say? Grandmaster, I'm afraid he's not as outstanding as you think he is. The green-clad middle-aged man sighed. Are you afraid he's too arrogant and won't restrain himself after becoming the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion and harm me? The old man's eyes, which were originally cloudy, suddenly lit up with a bright light. He was in high spirits. At this moment, it was as though he could see through the green-clad middle-aged man's thoughts. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. Those who don't dare to cause trouble are mediocre. The old man shifted his gaze away from the green-clad middle-aged man and continued to fish as he said indifferently, I think I like him. As for whether he'll become the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, we'll have to see if he passes the test I've set for him. After the old man finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to the middle-aged man. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man could only smile wryly and leave. He no longer dared to disturb the old man. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Lingtian, Why aren't you leaving? I'm sure the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples are already on their way here. Duan Lingtian continued to say, I'm sure the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples are already on their way here. Wn Qing grew anxious when she saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of leaving after eliminating more than 20 people from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Upon hearing Wn Qing's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian replied calmly, there's no hurry. I'll wait for another day. If the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples don't show up, I'll leave. Don't worry, I'll give you more points to make up for the 2 days you've been waiting for. Duan Lingtian comforted Wan Qing. You'll have to be able to leave this place alive. Wan Qing said angrily. At this moment, Duan Lingtian ignored Wan Qing and sat cross-legged in the air above the Fire Glaze Mansion's base with his eyes closed. You. Wan Qing was infuriated when she saw Duan Lingtian's reaction. Chapter 3153. The Transportation Profundity. As Duan Lingtian rested his eyes, he continued to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. Currently, he had only comprehended half of the transportation profundity from the law of space. Once he fully comprehended the transportation profundity, his speed would increase by more than twofold. Once he fully comprehended the transportation profundity, his speed would not be slower than Wan Qing. In the future, he would no longer need to team up with 10 Directions Celestial Dukes, who were as fast as Wan Qing. Naturally, while he was comprehending the transportation profundity, Duan Lingtian constantly extended his divine consciousness to scan his surroundings. Soon after Wan Qing left, he discovered a group of people in the surroundings. Several divine consciousnesses swept out from the Fire Glaze Mansion's base and shrouded him. After a while, more and more divine consciousnesses appeared and shrouded him. There are quite a lot of people here. Due to the increasing number of divine consciousnesses, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and studied the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. The Fire Glaze Mansion's base was packed with people. So many people. Well, it's only natural. Those below the Celestial King stage can enter the base. They won't be in danger if they don't leave the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Duan Lingtian was certain these 10 Directions Celestial Dukes were not 10 Directions Celestial Dukes. Most of them were not 10 Directions Celestial Dukes. They were only here to watch the show. Duan Lingtian had indeed guessed correctly. When news of Duan Lingtian ambushing people outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm spread, the people from the Fire Glaze Mansion were furious. Many of them even went to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base to obtain accumulative point jades. Many of them were outer court disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Many people wanted to enter the base as well. However, the elders on duty did not dare to let more people in. After all, there were already too many people in the middle realm of the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. If there were too many people in the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, many of them would be pushed out of the base. If they were pushed out of the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, would it not give Duan Lingtian a chance to obtain more points? Even if each person only had 1 point, as long as many people went out, Duan Lingtian could still get a lot of points. To prevent such a thing from happening, the elder on duty at the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had decided not to allow anyone who was not a 10 Directions Celestial Duke to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. His Duan Lingtian. Many of the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Wow! He's so handsome, and he's not even 100 years old. He wasn't even 100 years old, yet he was already so powerful. What did he eat to grow up? If only I could marry him. Among the disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion, there were many female disciples. Many of them were looking at Duan Lingtian with infatuation. Where did the profound Nether Mansion find such a strong helper? Not only is he young, but he's also so strong. I heard senior brother Tan Yuan, senior brother Mo Pingji, and the other senior brothers and senior sisters in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm have already received a message. If Duan Lingtian doesn't leave, they'll return soon and join forces to eliminate him. Isn't it too easy for him if he's eliminated? Even so, we have no choice. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base is so strong at such a young age. Even in the 15 strongest forces in the Southern Heaven Territory, the 10 major clans, and the 5 major sects, there might not be someone like him. There's no doubt he has an extraordinary background. That's right. Although I don't know where the profound Nether Mansion found such a strong helper, the Fireglaze Mansion won't dare to kill him unless we're certain he doesn't have an extraordinary background. At the very least, we won't kill him openly. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. How can someone like him not have an extraordinary background? If he really doesn't have an extraordinary background, how terrifying would his fortuitous encounters be? The disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion discussed among themselves. Although the high-ranking officials of the Fireglaze Mansion had ordered them to join forces to kill Duan Lingtian, they did not think it was necessary. After all, if Duan Lingtian's background was extraordinary, the Fireglaze Mansion would be in trouble if Duan Lingtian was killed. No matter how much the high-ranking officials of the Fireglaze Mansion hated Duan Lingtian, they did not dare to kill him openly before they were certain of his background. It's a pity he's in the base. Our attacks won't be able to bypass the formation protecting the base. Otherwise, he won't be able to retaliate if we attack him from inside the base. One of the disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion side. While the formation protected the base, it also separated the base from the outside. Attacks from inside the base would not trigger the formation, but they would not be able to bypass the formation. You're really daring. Let's wait for Senior Tan Yuan and Senior Mo Pingji to return and watch them eliminate this brat. Another disciple from the Fireglaze Mansion said. Just like that, Duan Lingtian hovered above the Fireglaze Manor's campsite, surrounded by a group of Fireglaze Manor's disciples. There were more than 1,000 Fireglaze Mansion's disciples in the campsite, but none of them dared to leave the campsite to attack Duan Lingtian. Even some 10 Directions Celestial Dukes who were hiding among the 10 Directions Celestial Dukes did not dare to show themselves. They were waiting. When Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji arrived with the others to deal with Duan Lingtian, they would join the battle against Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, moreover, Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji were among the top 10 Directions Celestial Dukes. It would not be difficult for them to eliminate Duan Lingtian. In fact, if Duan Lingtian saw so many people attacking him, he might even crush his accumulative point jade and leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. About half a day later. At this moment, many people had gathered 10 kilometers away from the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite. These people had come from different directions. When they were 10 kilometers away from the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite, they began to circle around the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite. Senior Mo Pingji. When the three of them appeared in front of the other two, the three of them respectfully saluted the young man among the two. The young man was dressed in a loose blue robe. He had a slim figure, but there was a valiant air about him. He was none other than Mo Pingji, the second strongest 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the Fireglaze Mansion. Among the 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Fireglaze Mansion, his strength was second only to Tan Yuan. Over the past year, he had been ranked in the top 20 for 10 months in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. His best result was that he was ranked 11th in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Due to his strength, kindness, and righteousness, he was very popular among the 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Fireglaze Mansion. In fact, the 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Fireglaze Mansion respected him more than Tan Yuan. Although the 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Fireglaze Mansion respected Tan Yuan, it was only because of his strength. In other words, if Tan Yuan no longer had his current strength one day, there would definitely not be many people who would still care about him. However, Mo Pingji was different. Even if he lost his current strength, most 10 Directions Celestial Dukes would still respect him. Yes. Mo Pingji nodded in response to the greetings from the three men. Currently, the smile on his face was replaced by a gloomy expression. He had rushed back after receiving a message from the two Vice Mansion Masters of the Fireglaze Mansion. He did not expect that the Fireglaze Mansion would be attacked. He did not expect the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite to be blocked. Moreover, the person blocking the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite was Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. Senior Mo Pingji, how many people should we gather? One of the three men asked. Let's meet up with senior brother Tan Yuan first before we think about the past. Our opponent this time is not ordinary. Mo Pingji said solemnly. Although he had never met the profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple before, he was certain the rumors about the profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple were not baseless. Moreover, he was a cautious person. He wouldn't do anything that was too risky or that he wasn't confident in. Senior Mo Pingji, my master has sent me a message saying we can't kill Duan Lingtian. Both of them have received the same order as well. How are we supposed to vent our anger? That Duan Lingtian is riding on top of our fire glaze mansion. Another one of the three said angrily. I've also received a similar message from Vice Mansion Master Xiao. In fact, they're very thoughtful. Who knows if Duan Lingtian has a powerful background? If he doesn't, we can just kill him. However, if we kill him, do you think the people behind him will let us go? That's right. Although Mo Pingji's eyes flashed with killing intent, he did his best to lower his voice as he said, I'm sure all of you understand. That's one thing, but I can't bring myself to do this. The last of the three said with a wry smile. Before the Fireglaze Mansion gets to the bottom of his background, we can't do anything to him in broad daylight. Therefore, we have no choice but to swallow this insult. Mo Pingji continued to say, now, let's meet up with the others. Mo Pingji's two-man team was now a five-man team. They continued to circle the area 10 kilometers away from the Fireglaze Mansion's base to look for the others. This time, when the high-ranking officials of the Fireglaze Mansion contacted the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples who were in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they were told to gather at a place 10 kilometers away from the Fireglaze Mansion's base. They were to gather everyone in the vicinity before they made a move on Duan Lingtian. They were to wait for Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji to arrive. They were not to make a move until they arrived. Mo Pingji and the others seemed to be circling the Fireglaze Mansion's base. Mo Pingji and the other Fireglaze Mansion's disciples did not notice a figure hiding in the dark watching them. Chapter 3154. They're keeping a certain distance from the Fireglaze Mansion's base. This place is about 10 kilometers away from the Fireglaze Mansion's base. Wan Qingqing was none other than the Martial Battle Mansion's Wan Qingqing. Not long after Wan Qingqing left the Fireglaze Mansion's base, she encountered two disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion. Although she was capable of eliminating the two disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion, she did not make a move. After all, she did not want to eliminate the disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion at this moment. It was only a matter of time before the fact that she had joined forces with Duan Lingtian was exposed. However, she did not want others to know that she had joined forces with Duan Lingtian before the Fireglaze Mansion's base was exposed. She was worried the Fireglaze Mansion would vent their anger on her. However, even if she did not eliminate the two disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion, she did not continue to leave. Instead, she turned around and returned to the Fireglaze Mansion's base. It did not take long before she discovered Mo Pingji, who was widely acknowledged as the second strongest 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the Fireglaze Mansion. She had been following Mo Pingji for some time now. She had seen him meeting up with one of the disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion before he met up with 3 other disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion. It seems like the Fireglaze Mansion is planning to gather their disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion who are currently in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm 10 kilometers away from the Fireglaze Mansion's base to deal with Duan Lingtian. A hint of worry could be seen in Wan Qingqing's eyes when she thought of this. She gritted her teeth and returned to the Fireglaze Mansion's base. When Wan Qingqing arrived near the Fireglaze Mansion's base, she was shocked by the number of disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion. There are so many disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion. There were more than 1,000 disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion in the base. Normally, the Fireglaze Mansion would only send 300 disciples to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm each month. He's quite calm. Wan Qingqing was speechless when she saw Duan Lingtian sitting cross-legged in the air above the Fireglaze Mansion's base. Could it be that this Duan Lingtian doesn't have the slightest sense of danger? Duan Lingtian. If it were not for the fact that she had joined forces with Duan Lingtian, she would not have reminded Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. The Fireglaze Mansion's disciples who entered the Middle Realm earlier are gathering 10 kilometers away from the Fireglaze Mansion's base. If I'm not mistaken, they should be around 10 kilometers away from the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite. Once they have gathered enough people, they will come to deal with you. WN Ching Ching reminded him in a serious tone, I suggest you're suggesting that I go to a place 10 kilometers away from the Fireglaze Mansion's camp and defeat them one by one? Duan Lingtian guessed what WAN Ching Ching meant. This is a good opportunity. WAN Ching Ching said. This is indeed a good opportunity. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away. Teleport. Teleport. Before the disciples in the Fireglaze Mansion's camp could react, Duan Lingtian had already teleported out of their sight. Where's Duan Lingtian? He ran away just like that. I was waiting to see him get eliminated. What a coward. Me. He's definitely not a fool to have achieved so much at such a young age. Now that he saw so many of us here, he must have guessed something. I think so too. He must have guessed we're here to watch the show. The thousands of disciples in the Fireglaze Mansion's camp were slightly disappointed when they saw Duan Lingtian had left. After a while, some of them left. Gradually, more and more people began to leave. Since the main character had left, there was no point for them to stay any longer. Naturally, a small number of people remained. Most of them were 10 Directions Celestial Dukes. Even if Duan Lingtian did not show up, they would still enter the Middle Realm. Therefore, they did not leave with the others. Why did they come out? They're all out. At the transporting sites in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples who were late to enter the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to watch the show were stunned when they saw the people who had entered the Middle Realm leaving the Middle Realm. Did Duan Lingtian get eliminated? He must have been eliminated. Otherwise, why would they leave the Middle Realm before the show is over? It's a pity I came too late. If I came earlier, I would have been able to watch the show as well. Me too. What a pity. The Fireglaze Mansion's disciples sighed and lamented. However, it did not take long before they realized they were overthinking things. That Duan Lingtian left on his own. What a waste of time. If I knew Duan Lingtian was such a coward, I wouldn't have entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I should have come later. If I came later, I wouldn't have been able to enter the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The Fireglaze Mansion's disciples who had just exited the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm felt better when they heard the disciples' words. So what if they came early? They still did not get to watch the show. Although they were late, based on the current situation, it was not a big deal at all. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Fireglaze Mansion's disciples were still complaining when a few figures appeared in the middle of the transporting sites in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. A total of 7 people appeared in the middle of the transporting sites in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Damn it! Wasn't that Duan Lingtian waiting outside the Fireglaze Mansion's base? Why did he suddenly appear there? I didn't even have time to react before he almost killed me. Fortunately, he showed mercy. Otherwise, I would have died. Did he leave early because he was worried we'd join forces? The 7 people who appeared in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were none other than those who had entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. They had been wandering around in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm when they received news that they had joined forces to deal with Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian would suddenly appear. Just as the 7 of them were searching for the others in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a figure suddenly appeared and almost killed one of them. After witnessing the strength of the gambling den and discovering the figure was none other than Duan Lingtian, they instinctively crushed their accumulative point jades and left the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. They knew their own strength very well. They knew that even if the 7 of them joined forces, they would still be no match for Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had already shown mercy to one of them. If they still did not know what was good for them and continued to stubbornly resist, who knew if Duan Lingtian would feel that they were not sensible and kill them? With their lives at stake, they did not dare to linger. They crushed their accumulative point jades and left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. All of you encountered Duan Lingtian? How unlucky are all of you? All of you encountered Duan Lingtian as soon as he left. The Fireglaze Mansion's elders and disciples were speechless when they learned the 7 of them were eliminated by Duan Lingtian. They felt the 7 of them were unlucky. At this moment, none of them, including the 7 people who had been eliminated, expected Duan Lingtian to encounter Duan Lingtian. After all, it was not a coincidence that Duan Lingtian had encountered the 7 people. Heavens! Look at Duan Lingtian's points. He already has 70 points. Now, he's killed his way to the 16th place on the rankings. He's ranked 16th with 70 points. These 12 points were given to him by the 7 people who were eliminated by the Fireglaze Mansion. Isn't Duan Lingtian's luck too good? How did he manage to encounter the 7 people from the Fireglaze Mansion so coincidentally after leaving the base? But, why are those 7 people together? It must be one of the high-ranking officials from the Fireglaze Mansion who asked them to meet up somewhere. Meeting up? Did the 7 of them tell Duan Lingtian where they were going to meet up? I don't think so. If they did that, wouldn't they be a burden to the others? If Duan Lingtian decided to eliminate them one by one, I don't think anyone would be able to stop him, right? I think so too. Apart from senior brother Tan Yuan, I'm afraid senior brother Mo Pingji and the others will be eliminated if he attacks them one by one. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the Fireglaze Mansion realized the severity of the matter. However, what the 7 of them said next made them feel much more at ease. Don't worry, we didn't tell him where we were going to meet up. That's right. We know what we're doing. Even if we have to die, we won't betray our seniors and juniors. Based on what you said, Duan Lingtian must have left the Fireglaze Mansion's base. It must be a coincidence that he encountered the 7 of us. In short, we're unlucky. Duan Lingtian obtained 70 points and was ranked 16th on the scoreboard, and it was directly displayed on the scoreboard. The people from the Profound Nether Mansion and the other celestial mansions were shocked when they saw this. Duan Lingtian seems to be guarding the Fireglaze Mansion's base. Did the people from the Fireglaze Mansion give him points again? Isn't it obvious? I really don't know what the people from the Fireglaze Mansion are thinking. Don't they know they shouldn't make a move unless they're confident they can eliminate Duan Lingtian? Those who are eliminated aren't on the scoreboard. It seems like the people who gave Duan Lingtian points are just ordinary 10 Directions Celestial Dukes. When the people from the other celestial mansions saw the changes in the scoreboard, they thought the people from the Fireglaze Mansion were giving Duan Lingtian points recklessly. Naturally, there were also some well-informed people who had received news from the Fireglaze Mansion through communication celestial talismans. Chapter 3155. Coincidence. Duan Lingtian's luck is heaven-defying. Not only did he leave the Fireglaze Mansion's base, but he even encountered 7 disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion. What kind of luck does Duan Lingtian have? The people from the other celestial mansions were dumbfounded when they heard the news from the Fireglaze Mansion. He felt that Duan Lingtian's luck was too good. But why are there 7 of them walking together? Don't tell me they're going to join forces to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. 7 of them? Impossible. It's pointless to join forces like that. Even if they manage to obtain a lot of points, they won't have much points left after splitting them among the 7 of them. Indeed, it's pointless. The people from the other celestial mansions were still mulling over this matter when they received news from the Fireglaze Mansion. The 7 people who were eliminated by Duan Lingtian had gathered together through a message sent by someone outside. They had a meeting place. However, they did not tell Duan Lingtian where they were going to meet so they would not drag the other Fireglaze Mansion's disciples down with them. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to leave in the end. I thought I'd be able to watch a good show. I also thought I'd be able to watch Duan Lingtian's name disappear from the scoreboard. Although none of the 6 people who rank in the top 6 are from the Fireglaze Mansion, Tan Yuan from the Fireglaze Mansion is quite strong as well. Coupled with Mo Pingji and the other disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion, it shouldn't be difficult for them to eliminate Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is really smart. It's as though he sensed danger and retreated in time. I think the Fireglaze Mansion must have leaked the news about their plan to eliminate Duan Lingtian. The high-ranking officials of the profound Nether Mansion must have sent a message to Duan Lingtian. That must be it. Duan Lingtian knew he would be eliminated if he stayed there. It's only natural that he wouldn't stay there. The people from the other celestial mansions were still discussing the matter. Swoosh, 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 whoosh, whoosh. In the Fireglaze Mansion, a total of 13 people were eliminated from the transporting formations in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Of course, the 13 figures were scattered across several teleportation points. Each teleportation point only had a few people. However, even though there were only a few people, it was enough to cause an uproar. Why did you come out together? They've all been eliminated. The people at the teleportation point were stunned when they saw the people in front of them. It's Duan Lingtian. Didn't you say that Duan Lingtian had already left? He even eliminated 7 of our Fireglaze Manor's disciples along the way. How did we end up encountering him? Out of the 13 of us, including me, 5 of us almost died at his hands. If he hadn't shown mercy, we would have died long ago. Does he know where we're meeting? Is that why he left the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite so he could defeat us one by one? That must be it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered us after eliminating the 7 people in front of him. There's only one possibility. He knew where we were going to meet up with him, so he followed the path and killed all of us Fireglaze Manor's disciples along the way. There must be a mole in the Fireglaze Mansion. Moreover, the mole must have spread the news to the profound Nether Mansion and Duan Lingtian. News of 13 people being eliminated by Duan Lingtian spread like wildfire in the Fireglaze Mansion's teleportation points to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, shocking the entire Fireglaze Mansion. A mole. Find the mole. The mole is either the person who informed them of the meeting point or the 7 people who were eliminated earlier. Investigate. We must investigate thoroughly. A mole like this is too terrifying. We must find him. After 20 people from the Fireglaze Manor were eliminated, a huge commotion broke out. Many of the Fireglaze Manor's elders and disciples were clamoring to find the traitor. Due to this, the high-ranking officials of the Fireglaze Mansion, including the Mansion Master of the Fireglaze Mansion, gathered together. We're the only ones who knew about the meeting point before the 7 inner court disciples came out. In a grand hall in the Fireglaze Mansion's base, the Mansion Master of the Fireglaze Mansion stood at the head of the hall. He looked at the high-ranking officials of the Fireglaze Mansion with a gloomy expression. Based on the current situation, there must be a mole in the Fireglaze Mansion. Otherwise, how would Duan Lingtian know about the meeting point of the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples? Lord Mansion Master. One of the Fireglaze Mansion's inner court elders stepped forward and said solemnly, "There's no doubt that there's a mole, but it might not be us. The 7 inner court disciples who came out earlier might be the mole as well." The other high-ranking officials of the Fireglaze Mansion chimed in as well. Lord Mansion Master, Elder Chen is right. We're all seniors in the mansion, so it's unlikely that there's a mole among us. I think it's more likely that there's a mole among the 7 inner court disciples. I agree. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the Fireglaze Mansion had a grim expression on their faces. Due to the presence of a mole, the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples who were still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm might be killed by Duan Lingtian. The fact that Duan Lingtian did not kill the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples was, without a doubt, the best consolation for them. This was the only bit of consolation they could give themselves now. Lord Mansion Master. Suddenly, an aged figure walked out from outside the main hall. He was none other than one of the Vice Mansion Masters of the Fireglaze Mansion. He was unaware of the meeting point of the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm since he had been sent by the Mansion Master of the Fireglaze Mansion to investigate the matter. I've investigated the matter. Before the 13 inner court disciples were eliminated, none of them returned to the Fireglaze Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Therefore, we can rule out the possibility of a mole among us. The words of the vice-mansion master of the Fireglaze Mansion further confirmed the suspicions of the 7 inner court disciples and the high-ranking officials of the Fireglaze Mansion. Vice-mansion master Yuan, bring the 7 inner court disciples here, the mansion master of the Fireglaze Mansion ordered. Bring them here, the mansion master of the Fireglaze Mansion ordered in a deep voice. Yes, Lord Mansion Master. Although the mansion master of the Fireglaze Mansion did not reveal the identities of the 7 inner court disciples, the vice-mansion master of the Fireglaze Mansion knew who they were. Lord Mansion Master, we must get to the bottom of this. That's right. We must find out who the mole is. We must kill the mole as a warning to the others. The high-ranking officials of the Fireglaze Mansion were furious. It was clear they hated the mole who had exposed the meeting point of the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Now, we can only hope that the remaining inner court disciples who are still circling the Fireglaze Mansion's base will leave as soon as they receive our message, an elder of the Fireglaze Mansion said with a sigh. The high-ranking officials of the Fireglaze Mansion, including the mansion master of the Fireglaze Mansion, felt their hearts skip a beat when they heard this. For a time, the hall fell into a dead silence again. Meanwhile, in the profound Nether Mansion, the 3 transporting formations in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were in an uproar when they learned Duan Lingtian had obtained 70 points and was ranked 16th, Heaven. Duan Lingtian is too terrifying. How long has it been? How did he obtain 23 points? 93 points. He's already reached the 12th place in the rankings. It has only been less than 2 days since he entered the middle realm, right? How did he obtain 93 points and rank 12th in less than 2 days? How did he do it? At the 3 transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion, the elders and disciples were shocked by Duan Lingtian's heaven-defying performance. Meanwhile, Qi Tianming, the inspector of the profound Nether Mansion, also received the news. That brat is really heaven-defying. Qi Tianming sighed with a wry smile on his face. Since the profound Nether Mansion was shocked by Duan Lingtian again, it was only natural that the other celestial mansions were shocked as well. Apart from that, they also learned that Duan Lingtian's score had increased tremendously. Once again, Duan Lingtian's points had skyrocketed due to him eliminating the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples. 13 disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion were eliminated by Duan Lingtian, and they gave him 23 points. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was ranked 12th on the scoreboard. The Fireglaze Mansion is doing this on purpose, right? That's ridiculous. 20 disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion were eliminated by Duan Lingtian. Moreover, this doesn't include the disciples who were eliminated by Duan Lingtian outside the Fireglaze Mansion's base. The Fireglaze Mansion is deliberately giving away points to Duan Lingtian, right? Is it possible that the profound Nether Mansion and the Fireglaze Mansion have reached an agreement? Is that why the Fireglaze Mansion is giving away points to Duan Lingtian? That must be it. I wonder if the people from the Fireglaze Mansion took the initiative to bring Duan Lingtian to the Fireglaze Mansion's base after they encountered Duan Lingtian in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The profound Nether Mansion and the Fireglaze Mansion are too bold to do this. Aren't they afraid the 10 major clans will investigate this matter? As far as I know, the 10 major clans have zero tolerance for this kind of thing. Any grade 6 celestial mansion that dares to do this will be severely punished. After the law of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was revealed, the 10 major clans issued a joint statement. Grade 6 celestial mansions were prohibited from colluding with each other and openly giving points to each other in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Otherwise, they would be severely punished by the 10 major clans. I think all of you have misunderstood the Fireglaze Mansion. I just received news from the Fireglaze Mansion that there's a mole in the Fireglaze Mansion. It did not take long for those who were well informed to receive news from the Fireglaze Mansion. There was a mole in the Fireglaze Mansion. Chapter 3156. There's a mole in the Fireglaze Mansion? So that's how it is. Does this mean the 13 inner court disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion were tricked by their own people? I knew the Fireglaze Mansion wouldn't be so bold as to collude with the profound Nether Mansion and violate the rules set by the 10 major clans. How could the Fireglaze Mansion and the profound Nether Mansion disobey the rules set by the 10 major clans? The people from the other celestial mansions were relieved when they learned there was a mole in the Fireglaze Mansion. In fact, some of them even felt pity for the Fireglaze Mansion. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a mole. As a disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion, WN Ching Ching, naturally, had a good relationship with her senior and junior sisters in the Martial Battle Mansion. I'm afraid no one knows. There's no mole in the Fireglaze Mansion. Duan Lingtian only found out about the meeting point of the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples because of me. Although WN Ching Ching knew this, she couldn't tell anyone, not even her close friends in the Martial Battle Mansion. She had to keep a low profile. If news of this spread, the Fireglaze Mansion would not let her off the hook easily. However, until now, Duan Lingtian has only encountered 20 ordinary inner court disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion. He hasn't encountered Mo Pingji yet? WN Ching Ching frowned slightly when she thought about this. She felt sorry for Duan Lingtian. Before she entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Mo Pingji had already accumulated more than 100 points and was ranked in the top 10. She knew Mo Pingji was ranked in the top 10. Mo Pingji was ranked so high because he had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm on the first day it opened. Apart from that, Mo Pingji was quite lucky this month. Although Mo Pingji was strong, his speed was not fast enough to outrun Duan Lingtian since he had comprehended the law of water. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's speed was on par with Mo Pingji's speed. Moreover, his teleportation profundity was even more mysterious. Recalling the way Duan Lingtian had eliminated Hung Feng, WN Ching Ching shuddered. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was unlikely that any of the 6 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could cast such an attack. After all, not all 6 of them had strong attacks. Each of them had their own strengths. Some were good at attacking, some were good at speed, some were good at support, and some were good at defense. Of course, among the 6 people, the one who specialized in defense would not be weaker than Hung Feng, but his speed was far superior to Hung Feng's and could be compared to her. WN Ching Ching didn't think that Mo Pingji was a match for Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian wants to meet Mo Pingji now. I'm afraid it will be difficult. Now, the Fireglaze Manor must have sent a message to Mo Pingji and the others to stay 10 kilometers away from the Fireglaze Manor's camp. WN Ching Ching thought to herself. As a matter of fact, WN Ching Ching was right. Mo Pingji had indeed received a message from the Fireglaze Manor's high-ranking officials, telling him to stay 10 kilometers away from the Fireglaze Manor's camp. When Mo Pingji received the message, there were no longer only 4 people by his side. There were also 3 more people. There were 8 people in total. Have all of you received the message? At this moment, it was obvious that Mo Pingji was not the leader of the 8 people. The leader was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. The middle-aged man looked ordinary. However, all 7 of them, including Mo Pingji, were willing to follow him. Senior Tan Yuan, you received the message as well? One of the inner court disciples asked with a ferocious expression on his face. I can't believe there's a mole in the Fireglaze Manor. If I find out who it is, I won't let him go. What if the mole is an inner court elder? With your strength, why don't you let him go? Another Fireglaze Manor inner palace disciple sneered. There's no way it's an inner court elder. It must be one of the 7 people eliminated by Duan Lingtian. They must have leaked the location of our meeting. Mo Pingji scoffed. He was certain the 7 people were the ones who leaked the location of their meeting. Let's not jump to conclusions before we get to the bottom of this. Mo Pingji said in a deep voice. Junior brother Mo is right. We shouldn't jump to conclusions now. Tan Yuan, the strongest 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the Fireglaze Mansion, said in a timely manner. Senior brother Tan Yuan, should we scatter and leave according to their instructions, or? Mo Pingji's eyes flashed with battle intent as he looked at Tan Yuan. It was obvious he had no intention of following the instructions given by the high-ranking officials of the Fireglaze Manor. It was obvious he wanted to meet Du and Lingtian. The reason why he dared to make such a bold decision was naturally because he had met up with Tan Yuan. Tan Yuan had met up with him 15 minutes ago. If he was alone, even if it was just to be safe, he would not have thought of waiting for Du and Lingtian to come looking for him. It seems like you want to meet the outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion. Junior brother Mo. Tan Yuan smiled. I'm afraid I'm not the only one. Mo Pingji looked at the other 6 disciples of the Fire Glaze Manor and saw that they were all looking at him and Tan Yuan expectantly. Among the 6 inner court disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion, only one of them managed to make it into the top 100 after spending 10 days in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. His best result was that he was ranked 86th on the scoreboard. Apart from him, the other 5 inner court disciples were not as strong as Tan Yuan and the other 2 inner court disciples. Only 2 of them were lucky enough to rank in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There were only 100 names in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Those who managed to rank in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were ranked in the top 100. What? Are you that confident in junior brother Mo and me? At this time, Tan Yuan also noticed the gazes of the 6 people. He couldn't help but smile, revealing 2 shallow dimples. Senior brother Tan Yuan, since you and senior brother Mo are both here, I don't think Du and Lingtian will be able to eliminate us. An inner court disciple from the Fire Glaze Mansion said. That's right. Senior brother Tan Yuan, we believe in you and senior brother Mo. Another inner court disciple chimed in. Senior brother Tan Yuan, let's wait here for Du and Lingtian. I'm sure he won't expect you and senior brother Mo to be here. Another inner court disciple from the Fire Glaze Mansion said with bright eyes. Based on his words, it was as though he could already see Du and Lingtian being eliminated by Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. The other 3 inner court disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion had similar thoughts as well. Since everyone is so confident in me and junior brother Mo, I'll look like I'm afraid of Du and Lingtian if I don't stay. Alright, I'll stay. Tan Yuan laughed. Then, he looked at Mo Pingji and asked, Junior brother Mo, what do you think? Senior brother Tan Yuan, I'll stay with you. It just so happens that I want to meet that outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion who has recently become famous in the other celestial mansions. Mo Pingji smiled. Mo Pingji's smile was brimming with confidence as well. Junior brother Mo, since Du and Lingtian is able to have such a reputation today, it shows that he's definitely not a mediocre person. When he comes, we'll join forces to deal with him. After Mo Pingji agreed, Tan Yuan's expression turned serious as he spoke to Mo Pingji. Senior brother Tan Yuan, don't worry. Although I don't think he's a match for both of us, I'll be careful and do my best. Mo Pingji said solemnly. That's good to hear. Tan Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. As the strongest person in the Fire Glaze Mansion below the Celestial King Realm, Tan Yuan was, naturally, aware that Du and Lingtian was a famous person. A person whose reputation had spread to such an extent was definitely not a simple person. For this reason, he would do his best to deal with Du and Lingtian. Junior brothers, all of you can choose to stay at the side and watch over us. Naturally, all of you can also leave after Du and Lingtian shows up. Mo Pingji looked at the other 6 disciples and said, with senior brother Tan Yuan and me here, he won't have a chance to chase after all of you. As soon as Mo Pingji finished speaking, one of them took the initiative to speak up. Senior brother Mo Pingji, I'll stay behind to watch over you and senior brother Tan Yuan. Moreover, I'd like to see how the legend of the profound nether mansion ends in your hands. Senior brother Mo Pingji, I'll stay behind as well. Senior brother Mo Pingji, I'd like to see you eliminate Du and Lingtian as well. In the end, all 6 of them chose to stay behind to watch over Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. Naturally, they knew Du and Lingtian was only here to watch over them. In fact, Mo Pingji was giving them face when he said they could stay behind to watch over Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. In fact, with their strength, it was impossible for them to watch over Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. In fact, even if they joined forces, they were not qualified to watch over Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. Not to mention those who were stronger than Tan Yuan, even those who were stronger than Mo Pingji were not people they could contend against. After the 8 of them came to a unanimous decision, they stopped moving and waited for Duan Lingtian to show up. At the same time, the rest of the Fire Glaze Manor's inner court disciples who were within 10 kilometers of the Fire Glaze Manor's campsite quickly left the area after receiving the message from the Fire Glaze Manor's upper echelons. I've eliminated 2 groups of people in a row. The Fire Glaze Mansion must have discovered that I know where they're meeting up in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he circled around the area 10 kilometers away from the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. However, I'm already halfway there. I'll finish circling around the middle realm after another half of the journey. I'll finish the rest of the journey and look for Wn Ching Ching. Although Duan Lingtian was certain he would not encounter any more disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion, he was determined to complete the rest of the journey. Chapter 3157. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian used the teleportation profundity to locate the 8 figures in the distance. With another teleportation profundity, he appeared near the 8 figures. At the same time, he looked at the identity tokens hanging on their waists. They're all disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. Of course, the names of 2 of them also entered his eyes at the right time. Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. Both of them were among the strongest 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Fire Glaze Mansion. They could be said to be the strongest 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Fire Glaze Mansion. Wn Ching Ching from the Martial Battle Mansion had told Duan Lingtian about them, including the laws they comprehended. Tan Yuan comprehended the law of metal. Mo Pingji comprehended the law of water. Mo Pingji's speed was about the same as Duan Lingtian's. As for Tan Yuan, he was slightly faster than Duan Lingtian, but not by much. With the teleportation profundity from the law of space, it was difficult for Tan Yuan to gain an advantage over Duan Lingtian in terms of speed. Naturally, Mo Pingji was not as good as Tan Yuan in terms of offense. It's obvious they're waiting for me here. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. It was not difficult for him to guess the reason the 8 disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion dared to wait for him. The presence of Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji gave them a boost of confidence. He's here. It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. When Duan Lingtian suddenly appeared in front of the 8 people from the Fire Glaze Mansion, they immediately regained their senses. All of them stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. With just a glance, they were able to confirm Duan Lingtian's identity through the identity token that hung on his waist. Duan Lingtian, you're here. Tan Yuan stood out and stared at Duan Lingtian with a gloomy expression, and cold lights shot out from his eyes. Naturally, although he could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian, there were still 7 other people present. Due to this reason, he did not dare to act recklessly even if he could kill him. Who knew if this Duan Lingtian had some sort of extraordinary background? After all, even the high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Mansion had repeatedly warned him to show mercy even if he had the chance to kill Duan Lingtian. Before he investigated Duan Lingtian's background, he was not allowed to kill Duan Lingtian. Swoosh. When Tan Yuan stepped forward, Mo Pingji stepped forward as well. He stood next to Tan Yuan and looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. Duan Lingtian, you're quite capable. In less than a day, you've eliminated more than 40 inner court disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Currently, the Fire Glaze Mansion only had about 200 inner court disciples who had entered the middle realm. However, Duan Lingtian had eliminated more than 40 inner court disciples in less than a day. Duan Lingtian had set a new record in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. While Mo Pingji and Tan Yuan stood side by side, facing off against Duan Lingtian, the other 6 Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples flew out and surrounded Duan Lingtian from afar to provide support for Mo Pingji. Naturally, at the same time that they were supporting the 2 of them, they were slightly lacking in confidence. They were deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would become enraged and attack them. After all, Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. If he really wanted to kill them, Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji might not be able to save them in time. At this moment, they regretted not leaving Duan Lingtian earlier. We're almost at 50 people now. Duan Lingtian grinned when he heard Mo Pingji's words. At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body through his 99 heavenly veins and formed a spatial territory around him. At this moment, the space around Duan Lingtian began to tremble slightly under the naked eye. It was as though a piece of paper was gently swaying. Mo Pingji's expression changed drastically. Naturally, he understood the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian was implying that he was confident in defeating the 8 of them. Apart from the 8 of them, Duan Lingtian had indeed eliminated more than 50 inner court disciples in a day. But did this Duan Lingtian think the 8 of them would be so easily eliminated? How arrogant! Do you really think you're a match for senior brother Tan Yuan and senior brother Mo Pingji? You're not even 100 years old. You must have had some fortuitous encounter to be so strong. However, since you've encountered senior brother Tan Yuan and senior brother Mo Pingji, you're destined to be eliminated. You've reached the end of your journey in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. If you're smart, crush your accumulative point jade and leave now. If you dare to make a move, senior brother Tan Yuan and senior brother Mo Pingji will definitely make you suffer. At the same time, the 6 Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples also understood Duan Lingtian's words. Their expressions changed drastically as they spoke to boost Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji's morale. Everyone knows how to boast. Let's see if you're strong enough to eliminate us. Tan Yuan sneered as his body shone with a golden light. His entire body seemed to be shrouded by a layer of metal. The law of metal's metal body profundity. Duan Lingtian's brows twitched when he saw this scene as he discerned the ability Tan Yuan executed. Humph! Mo Pingji coldly snorted. A burst of blue light swayed on his body. Then, his entire body was covered with a layer of blue water. It was as if he had turned into a water person. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Tan Yuan turned into a streak of golden light as he shot toward Duan Lingtian. As his figure flashed, streaks of golden light blades followed him like shadows as they charged toward Duan Lingtian together with him. Swoosh! 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 The golden light blades shot toward Duan Lingtian and Mo Pingji, leaving behind dazzling golden afterimages in the air. Swoosh! As Mo Pingji's figure swayed, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a vast ocean as he surged forward. Wave after wave crashed toward Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! Waves splashed as a stream of water appeared in the air before splitting into 2 streams. It was as though they had transformed into 2 water dragons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Duan Lingtian. The duo's attacks were swift and violent. In just a blink of an eye, they were already in front of Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! However, just as the duo's attacks were about to land on Duan Lingtian disappeared into thin air again. When he reappeared, he was already behind them. Rip! A spatial crack appeared in the void before a grey ray of light shot out from it. It was apparent that Duan Lingtian had cast the dimensional/profundity after he teleported. Is this the law of space's dimensional/profundity? At the same time, the 6 disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion were attracted by Duan Lingtian's technique. They were mentally prepared for the teleportation profundity. Although they were shocked, they were still able to accept it. However, this was the first time they had seen someone cast the dimensional/profundity. They were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian casting it. Buzz! 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 Swoosh! Swoosh! Whether it was Tan Yuan or Mo Pingji, both of them quickly turned around after they made sure Duan Lingtian was no longer in front of them. Of course, Tan Yuan had turned around before Mo Pingji. Whether it was his speed or his reaction speed, he was obviously faster than Mo Pingji. It was precisely this confrontation that allowed Duan Lingtian to seize the initiative. In order to end the battle as soon as possible, Duan Lingtian summoned the Chaos Divine Flame and the Profound Divine Metal. The dimensional/profundity that was boosted by the law of space's profundities was now shrouded in a layer of golden flames. What technique is this? Tan Yuan, Mo Pingji, and the other 6 disciples of the Fire Glaze Profundity could not tell what kind of power Duan Lingtian had imbued the dimensional/profundity with. However, there was one thing they were certain of. The golden flames had nothing to do with the law of space. Naturally, they did not think it was an external technique since external forces were not allowed in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Let alone celestial talismans and pills, even celestial weapons could not be used. Hum. The dimensional slash pierced through the air and locked onto Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. Even if the two tried to avoid it, it still locked onto them. Meet force with force and break his dimensional slash. Tan Yuan transmitted his voice to Mo Pingji. Mo Pingji was already feeling a little depressed because he had been targeted by dimensional slash. Now that he heard Tan Yuan's voice transmission, his eyes suddenly brightened. He was waiting for Tan Yuan to say this. Whoosh. Crash. Wang. 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 Mo Pingji and Tan Yuan attacked at the same time. A vast and majestic stream of water and a sky full of golden blade lights swept out, meeting Duan Lingtian's dimensional slash. The two of them had originally thought that their combined strength would be more than enough to break through Duan Lingtian's attack. However, after a moment, they all realized that they were too naive. Hum. The dimensional slash passed through the net formed by the water flow and the golden saber light, annihilating the water flow and the saber net with crushing force. Although the golden flames on the surface of dimensional slash had disappeared, its volume had not decreased by much. In other words, the combined strength of the two of them just now did not cause a destructive blow to the dimensional slash. Not only did it not cause a destructive blow to the dimensional slash, but after the dimensional slash destroyed their attack, it still swept toward them rapidly. Whoosh. In the face of the menacing dimensional slash, Tan Yuan's whole body burst with golden light, and he turned into a golden light shadow to escape. Poochie. However, the moment Tan Yuan escaped, there was a sound of something being cut open at the place where he had been standing. A bright and dazzling flower of blood bloomed in the void. It was bright and dazzling, like a blood-red rose. Poochie. Another slight sound of something being cut open was heard. This time, Mo Pingji was not fast enough and did not escape in time. There was a hideous bloody wound on his chest. However, at the critical moment, the dimensional slash disappeared in front of him and mysteriously appeared behind him. It went far away in the void, circled around, and returned to Duan Lingtian's side at lightning speed. It kept spinning around Duan Lingtian's right hand. Thank you for showing me mercy. Mo Pingji thanked Duan Lingtian with lingering fear in his heart. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He knew in his heart. Chapter 3158. This, the sudden scene stunned the 6 Fire Glaze Mansion's inner court disciples, and they were unable to regain their senses for a long time. This was because the scene before them was too shocking. Not only did Duan Lingtian injure their Fire Glaze Mansion's Tan Yuan, but he had also nearly killed Mo Pingji. Based on the current situation, if Duan Lingtian did not show mercy, their senior brother Mo Pingji would have died. The 6 Fire Glaze Mansion's inner court disciples were still in a daze. Watch out! Tan Yuan's thunderous voice resounded in the ears of the 6 Fire Glaze Manor's inner court disciples, deafening their ears. Upon hearing Tan Yuan's words, the 6 Fire Glaze Mansion's inner court disciples shuddered. In the next moment, they saw a grey saber ray flashing in front of their eyes. Then, they felt a chill on their chests. When they lowered their heads, they discovered their robes had been cut open, and there was a bloody wound on their chests. The wound was just right, it did not harm their vital organs. It was clear Duan Lingtian had shown mercy. Swoosh. As soon as the 6 Fire Glaze Mansion's inner court disciples were hit, Duan Lingtian's figure vanished into thin air. Tan Yuan's attack missed as well. Damn it. Tan Yuan's expression was extremely unsightly. Senior brother Tan Yuan, you should leave. His attack is too terrifying. Although his speed is slightly slower than yours, it's strange. You don't have any advantage over him. Mo Pingji sent a voice transmission to Tan Yuan. Without waiting for Tan Yuan's reply, Mo Pingji took out his accumulative point jade and looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly as he said, Duan Lingtian, it's my fault for underestimating you. I hope you'll be able to survive until the end. As soon as he finished speaking, he crushed his accumulative point jade and left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. If Duan Lingtian did not show mercy, Mo Pingji would have died. For this reason, Duan Lingtian left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm with a guilty expression on his face. Duan Lingtian, thank you. Duan Lingtian, I will remember your kindness in sparing my life. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. Duan Lingtian, thank you for sparing my life. After Mo Pingji crushed his accumulative point jade and left, the 6 Fire Glaze Mansion disciples also took out their accumulative point jades with bitter expressions on their faces. After thanking Duan Lingtian, they also automatically crushed their accumulative points jade. Just now, if Duan Lingtian had not shown mercy, they would have all died. While they were grateful to Duan Lingtian for sparing their lives, they were too ashamed to stay any longer. They all crushed their accumulative points jade and left. Profound light and shadow. Mo Pingji's reminder before he left made Tan Yuan calm down instantly. Earlier, when he was injured by Duan Lingtian, he was so angry that he had lost his mind. Mo Pingji's reminder was like a bucket of cold water that had been splashed on him. He quickly cast the Law of Metal's Speed Profundity and prepared to leave. At this moment, Tan Yuan was about to cast the Law of Metal's Speed Profundity and cast the other profundities from the Law of Metal to flee. It's too late. Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air again. Tan Yuan's figure flashed as he crashed into the void, causing the void to tremble. He was sent flying back. This is the law of space's restraining profundity? Tan Yuan's eyes widened in shock. However, although Tan Yuan's entire body was shot back, he did not have the intention to stop just like that. As his hands opened and closed, he once again launched an attack. This time, he did not target Duan Lingtian. Instead, he targeted the space that imprisoned him. He knew clearly in his heart, although the law of space's restraining profundity could confine space, it could be broken with sufficient strength. At this moment, Tan Yuan was trying to break free from Duan Lingtian's restraint. Swoosh, swoosh. However, as soon as Tan Yuan made his move, golden flames suddenly appeared in the void around him. This golden flame actually condensed into a clear cube in the void, trapping Tan Yuan inside. The cube was the outline of the space shackle. If Duan Lingtian did not strengthen the space shackle with the help of the Chaos Divine Flame and the Profound Divine Metal, he might not be able to trap Tan Yuan. However, with the help of the Chaos Divine Flame and the Profound Divine Metal, Tan Yuan was trapped in the space shackle. Of course, under Tan Yuan's tyrannical attack, in the blink of an eye, the spatial imprisonment showed signs of collapsing. However, it would take some time for him to break free from the space shackle. Based on the current situation, he would need at least a few breaths of time. However, a few breaths of time was more than enough for Duan Lingtian. Buzz! Duan Lingtian stood in the distance. With a wave of his hand, the cross-dimensional profundity shot toward Tan Yuan, who was trapped in the space shackle. The golden flames on the cross-dimensional profundity burned fiercely as though it could tear anything apart. Crack. Faced with the ferocious cross-dimensional profundity, Tan Yuan weighed the pros and cons before he finally took out his accumulative points jade and crushed it. As soon as the cross-dimensional profundity entered the space shackle, Tan Yuan had already left through the transporting formation in his accumulative points jade. Naturally, even if he did not leave, Duan Lingtian did not plan to kill him. He had crossed the line by coming to the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite. If he continued to kill the people from the Fire Glaze Mansion, it would only make things worse. At that time, the Fire Glaze Mansion would hate him even more. Although he had offended the Fire Glaze Mansion by coming to their campsite, he did not kill anyone from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Therefore, the Fire Glaze Mansion would not go overboard if they wanted to deal with him. After all, Duan Lingtian's goal was to obtain more points. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not mind offending the Fire Glaze Mansion. He was willing to take the risk. However, killing the people from the Fire Glaze Mansion was not his goal. My current points. Tan Yuan muttered to himself. After eliminating Tan Yuan, Duan Lingtian took out his accumulative points jade. His eyes widened when he glanced at it. His eyes instantly became bright and sparkling, like the dazzling stars in the night sky. In the Fire Glaze Mansion. at one of the transporting formations in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Mo Pingji and 6 other inner court disciples from the Fireglaze mansion were eliminated one after another. Mo Pingji. Heavens! Senior Mo Pingji has been eliminated. Just as the group of Fireglaze Manor's elders and disciples were shocked by the fact that Mo Pingji and the other 6 had been eliminated, a commotion broke out. Swoosh! A figure appeared at one of the transporting formations in the middle of the transporting formations. As soon as the figure appeared, it caused a commotion in the transporting formations. Tan Yuan. It's Senior Tan Yuan. Heavens! Why is Senior Tan Yuan eliminated as well? What's going on? I just received news that Senior Mo Pingji has been eliminated as well. Senior Tan Yuan and Senior Mo Pingji are the representatives of the Fireglaze mansion in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. How can both of them be eliminated? Moreover, they were eliminated one after the other. Following Tan Yuan's elimination, the transporting formations in the Fireglaze mansion was bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone, look at the scoreboard. It did not take long before the people in the transporting formations in the Fireglaze mansion shifted their attention to the scoreboard. With just a glance, they were attracted by the 3 dazzling words Duan Lingtian on the scoreboard. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's name had left the 12th place and was now at the 5th place. Duan Lingtian was a disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. With 286 points, he was ranked 5th on the rankings. Gasp! 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 The elders and disciples of the Fireglaze mansion gasped when they saw the name Duan Lingtian on the scoreboard. Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, had risen to the 5th place. When they thought about how Duan Lingtian had only appeared on the scoreboard for less than 2 days, they could not help but feel that Duan Lingtian was a monster. In the history of the Southern Heaven territory, is there anyone who has accumulated so many points in less than 2 days? One of the Fireglaze mansion's elders asked. I don't think so. Indeed. Duan Lingtian has accumulated 286 points in less than 2 days. This record is enough to be recorded in the history of the Southern Heaven territory. If I remember correctly, the fastest person to accumulate points in less than 2 days was 190 points, right? It hasn't even been a month since Duan Lingtian appeared before our eyes. However, we've successfully remembered him. At the very least, we won't forget him as long as we don't lose our memories. Where did the profound Nether Mansion find such a monster? A commotion broke out in the Fireglaze mansion when the news spread. Everyone in the Fireglaze mansion knew the reason Duan Lingtian was able to rise to the top in such a short time was because he had eliminated Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji from the Fireglaze mansion. Before Mo Pingji was eliminated by Duan Lingtian, he had already accumulated more than 100 points. On the other hand, Tan Yuan had accumulated almost 100 points after Mo Pingji. Coupled with the points of the other 6 disciples from the Fireglaze mansion, Duan Lingtian's points had risen from 93 to 286 points. Why? Why didn't all of you leave? All of you could have left easily, but all of you waited for Duan Lingtian to arrive. Are you confident you're stronger than them? Damn it. All of you could have avoided him. It's all because of your arrogance that Duan Lingtian obtained all of your points. It's all your fault that the Fireglaze mansion is humiliated. A group of high-ranking officials from the Fireglaze mansion criticized a group of 7 people who were standing in a row in a spacious hall. These 7 people were none other than Mo Pingji and the others who had been eliminated by Duan Lingtian. A total of 8 people had been eliminated by Duan Lingtian. Chapter 3159. As the representative of the Fireglaze mansion in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm, Tan Yuan, who was only slightly over 500 years old, held an extraordinary position in the Fireglaze mansion. Apart from that, he knew how important the scoreboard was to the Fireglaze mansion. For this reason, he ignored the summons of the high-ranking officials from the Fireglaze mansion. Naturally, Mo Pingji could have ignored the summons of the high-ranking officials from the Fireglaze mansion since he was younger than Tan Yuan and was the representative of the Fireglaze mansion in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. However, Mo Pingji decided to attend the summons for the sake of the other 6 people who had been eliminated. This was one of Mo Pingji's strengths. The 6 high-ranking officials from the Fireglaze Mansion were touched by Mo Pingji's words since they knew Mo Pingji did not have to attend the summons. Lord Vice Mansion Master, Elders, this has nothing to do with the 6 of them. I was too careless and underestimated Duan Lingtian. I thought I could eliminate him if I joined forces with Tan Yuan. Mo Pingji stepped forward and said. Upon hearing Mo Pingji's words, the high-ranking officials from the Fireglaze Mansion were rendered speechless. They knew they could not go too far with Mo Pingji. If they went too far, Mo Pingji might be in a bad mood and refuse to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm again. It would be a loss to the Fireglaze Mansion. After a while, the Vice Mansion Master of the Fireglaze Mansion stepped forward and said loudly, actually, Mo Pingji can't be blamed for this. After all, he hasn't met Duan Lingtian before today. He doesn't know how strong Duan Lingtian is. Moreover, Tan Yuan is by his side. It's only natural for him to be so confident. In my opinion, it's because the Profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple is too strong. I wonder where the Profound Nether Mansion managed to find such a strong helper. The Vice Mansion Master of the Fireglaze Mansion sighed. The other high-ranking officials from the Fireglaze Mansion chimed in as well. Upon seeing this, the 6 high-ranking officials from the Fireglaze Mansion sighed in relief. At the same time, they were even more grateful to Mo Pingji. After all, they knew Mo Pingji was not an easy opponent. If it were not for Mo Pingji, they would have to bear the responsibility for this matter. Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion, had 286 points and was ranked 5th on the scoreboard. Most importantly, it had been less than 2 days since Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Where did the Profound Nether Mansion find such a powerful ally? Not only is he unpredictable, but he's also so strong. The Fireglaze Mansion will be completely destroyed this month. However, that Duan Lingtian is really daring. Isn't he worried that the Fireglaze Mansion will hold a grudge against him and take revenge on him? Do you think someone like Duan Lingtian doesn't have a powerful background? Before finding out his background, the Fireglaze Manor would definitely not dare to touch him. Even the Fireglaze Manor doesn't want anything to happen to him. Because once something happens to him, everyone will suspect the Fireglaze Manor. I wonder where the Profound Nether Mansion found such a powerful ally. What does Duan Lingtian want from the Profound Nether Mansion? He's actually willing to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm as a disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. I'm afraid only Duan Lingtian and the Profound Nether Mansion's people know about this. The news of Duan Lingtian entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm caused an uproar in all the major celestial mansions. At this moment, even those who did not pay much attention to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had heard about Duan Lingtian. The Profound Nether Mansion was bustling with activity. It had been a long time since the Profound Nether Mansion was able to hold its head high in front of the major celestial mansions. Duan Lingtian's performance had greatly excited the Profound Nether Mansion. Good job. He actually entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and ranked 5th in less than 2 days. Amazing. Amazing. Qi Tianming, the inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion, laughed heartily when he heard the news. At this moment, as an inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion, he was genuinely happy that someone from the Profound Nether Mansion was able to achieve such a feat in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There were no benefits to be had. Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and ranked 5th in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, he defeated Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji from the Fireglaze Mansion even though they joined forces. His strength is actually so tyrannical. Bihai Mingfeng, the other inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion, was shocked when he heard about Duan Lingtian's performance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I remember Duan Lingtian seems to have a good relationship with one of the new disciples the coupling celestial sect recruited at the Scaling Cloud Lake. What's the new disciple's name again? Bihai Mingfeng sent a message to the Grade 7 coupling celestial sect, one of the 3 sects and 2 clans under the Profound Nether Mansion. The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect received the message. Investigate. Among the new disciples we recruited at Scaling Cloud Lake, who came from the same place as Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect ordered immediately. He was a 10 Directions celestial duke who had comprehended many profundities from the law of space before he was even 100 years old. In less than 2 days, Duan Lingtian had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and ranked 5th in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian was destined to have a bright future as long as he did not die prematurely. Now that the coupling celestial sect had a chance to establish a good relationship with Duan Lingtian, it was only natural that they would do something about it. Sect leader. When Huang Jiolong was brought to the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, a confused expression appeared on his face. Could it be that Duan Lingtian had gotten himself into trouble? You're Huang Jiolong? Huang Jiolong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect looking at him in a friendly manner. It seemed like things were not going as he had expected. Are you close to Duan Lingtian? The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect asked with narrowed eyes. He's my brother. Huang Jiolong nodded. Sect leader, you're asking about this. Did something happen to my brother? Huang Jiolong's expression changed drastically when he heard Huang Jiolong's question. A hint of worry could be seen in his eyes. Although he had not known Duan Lingtian for long, he had long regarded Duan Lingtian as a close friend due to their similar personalities. How did you get to know him? The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect asked. We met in the supporting Fall Nation. Naturally, he's not from the supporting Fall Nation. I'm the young master of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation. Huang Jiolong replied. Humph. As soon as Huang Jiolong finished speaking, the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect's expression changed drastically. He scoffed and said, I'll give you one more chance. Are you sure you're Duan Lingtian's brother? Yes. Huang Jiolong was shocked by the sudden change in the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect's expression. It seemed like he was right. Duan Lingtian had indeed gotten himself into trouble. Moreover, it seemed like he had offended the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. You should have Duan Lingtian's soul pearl, right? The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect said in a deep voice, hand over his soul pearl. I'll use the soul pearl to contact him and tell him that I have you. If he doesn't come over, I'll kill you. Naturally, I won't kill you. I'm only planning to lure him over. After I kill him, I'll take you as my last disciple. In the future, it won't be impossible for you to become the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect was, without a doubt, tempting Huang Jiolong to cooperate with him in killing Duan Lingtian. Sect leader, may I know how Duan Lingtian offended you? Huang Jiolong's expression changed drastically as he kneeled on the ground. Crack. When Huang Jiolong knelt on the ground, a cracking sound came from below him. He stood up and saw a soul bead under his feet. It was a soul bead he had forcibly broken. The soul imprint in the soul pearl had also disappeared. Under normal circumstances, a soul pearl would only shatter after the person who had left the soul imprint on it had died. However, if the soul orb was forcefully destroyed, the soul orb would still be destroyed, and the soul imprint inside it would disappear. Brother Duan, don't be threatened by the coupling celestial sect. The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect wants me to hand over your soul pearl to threaten you. After sending this message, I'll destroy your soul pearl. If there's a chance in our next life, I'll still be your brother. Before destroying Duan Lingtian's soul pearl, Huang Jiolong crushed a communication celestial talisman and sent a message to Duan Lingtian. You destroyed his soul pearl? The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid of death? Who's not afraid of death? However, I won't betray my brother. Even if I die, I won't betray my brother, Huang Jiolong said proudly. At this moment, he no longer feared the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, the sect leader of the celestial sect. What did he have to fear when he was about to die? However, to Huang Jiolong's surprise, the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect began to clap his hands. Good. 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 From today onward, You, Huang Jiolong, will be my last disciple. Huang Jiolong was taken aback by the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. When he regained his senses, he asked, "Sect leader, what's going on?" In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Duan Lingtian, who had just met up with Wn Qing from the martial battle mansion, was shocked when he received Huang Jiolong's message. What's going on? The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect is threatening me to join the coupling celestial sect. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. At the same time, he was also slightly confused. He had no idea what was going on. However, he was certain Huang Jiolong was not a fool. He knew Huang Jiolong would not make such a joke. In other words, Huang Jiolong was indeed in danger. I have an urgent matter to attend to in the profound Nether Mansion's base. Give me your soul pearl and follow me to the profound Nether Mansion's base before returning to the martial battle mansion's base. Return to the martial battle mansion. I'll contact you after I'm done here. At that time, come to the profound Nether Mansion's base to look for me. Chapter 3160. Duan Lingtian had asked Wn Qing to follow him to the profound Nether Mansion's base so she would know the way. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to find her again. It was obvious Wn Qing would not tell him the location of the martial battle mansion's base. Otherwise, he could look for her the next time he entered the profound Nether Mansion's base. If the martial battle mansion's base is closer to the fire glaze mansion's base than the profound Nether Mansion's base, we can meet here. Duan Lingtian took Wn Qing's soul pearl and said, "Where's the profound Nether Mansion's base?" Wn Qing asked. It was not difficult for Wn Qing to see that Duan Lingtian had something urgent to attend to and was not trying to get rid of her. If Duan Lingtian really wanted to get rid of her, there was no need for him to come up with such an excuse. Over there. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the profound Nether Mansion's base. Let's meet at the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Wn Qing said. The Fire Glaze Mansion's base was located between the Martial Battle Mansion's base and the profound Nether Mansion's base. She would have to pass through the Fire Glaze Mansion's base to get to the profound Nether Mansion's base. Under such circumstances, it was best for them to meet at the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he said to Wn Qing, "I'll come in after I send you a message. If you can't come in because you have something urgent to attend to, just send me a message." After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian passed his soul pearl to Wn Qing. Without waiting for Wn Qing's reply, he teleported 100 meters away, and another 200 meters away. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After about 10 teleportations, Duan Lingtian disappeared from Wn Qing's sight. Wn Qing turned around and returned to the Martial Battle Mansion's base. Swoosh. Wn Qing's speed was much faster than Duan Lingtian's teleportation profundity. The distance between the Fire Glaze Mansion's base and the Martial Battle Mansion's base was closer than the distance between the profound Nether Mansion's base and the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Furthermore, Wn Qing was faster than Duan Lingtian, so she was able to reach the Martial Battle Mansion's camp before him. Senior Sister Wan Qing. As soon as she returned to the Martial Battle Mansion's camp, the disciples greeted her respectfully. Wn Qing nodded. Then, she stepped onto the stone platform and left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm through the transporting formation. Senior Sister Wn Qing joined forces with Senior Brother Hengfeng this month, but Senior Brother Hengfeng was eliminated. A disciple from the Martial Battle Mansion side. I just came in. Senior Sister Wn Qing's name wasn't on the scoreboard before I came in. It seems like Senior Sister Wn Qing didn't get many points after Senior Brother Hengfeng was eliminated. Another disciple from the Martial Battle Mansion who had entered the middle realm less than 15 minutes ago chimed in. With Senior Sister Wn Qing's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for her to make it into the top 30. Even though she's been in the middle realm for 4 days, she'll only be able to stay in the middle realm for 6 days. That's right. Unless senior sister WN Ching Ching's luck is really that bad, it shouldn't be difficult for her to make it into the top 30. Why did senior sister WN Ching Ching leave the middle realm all of a sudden? I don't know. I think she has something to do. While the disciples in the Martial Battle Mansion's camp were discussing among themselves, WN Ching Ching had already left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and arrived at one of the transporting formations in the Martial Battle Mansion's camp. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, one would appear in a different place after crushing one's accumulative point jade and returning to the camp. For this reason, nobody thought WN Ching Ching was eliminated when she returned to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, she was standing at the same spot where she had returned to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. 5th place. WN Ching Ching instinctively glanced at the scoreboard and saw Duan Lingtian's name was in 5th place. Duan Lingtian's points had also reached an exaggerated 286 point. Senior sister WN Ching Ching, you and senior brother Hung Feng encountered Duan Lingtian together. Senior brother Hung Feng was eliminated while you were lucky enough to escape. It must have been dangerous, right? A Martial Battle Mansion's disciple asked curiously when he saw WN Ching Ching. It must have been dangerous. Another Martial Battle Mansion's disciple chimed in. Even Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji from the Fire Glaze Mansion were eliminated by Duan Lingtian. Based on this, one can imagine how strong Duan Lingtian is. Senior sister WN Ching Ching must have been very lucky to escape from him. That's right. According to the news from the Fire Glaze Mansion, Tan Yuan's speed is on par with Duan Lingtian. However, since he didn't escape in time, he was trapped by Duan Lingtian's restraining profundity and was eliminated by Duan Lingtian. You can't say that. Although Tan Yuan's speed is not bad, he's still slower than senior sister WN Ching Ching. At the very least, senior sister WN Ching Ching has never been eliminated by Tan Yuan. Regardless, senior sister WN Ching Ching managed to escape from Duan Lingtian while Tan Yuan was eliminated. Based on this alone, senior sister WN Ching Ching is stronger than Tan Yuan. The Martial Battle Mansion's disciples discussed among themselves. Most of the male disciples were fawning over WN Ching Ching. However, WN Ching Ching did not seem to be listening to them at all. WN Ching Ching stood rooted to the ground. Her cold eyes were filled with astonishment. He eliminated Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji from the Fire Glaze Mansion? Earlier, when she met up with Duan Lingtian in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, WN Ching Ching had received a message telling her to leave in a hurry. For this reason, she did not have the time to ask about Duan Lingtian's progress. Since it had not been long, her senior sisters and junior sisters in the Martial Battle Mansion did not have the time to inform her about Duan Lingtian's advancement to 5th place on the scoreboard. It has only been 2 days since he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, right? WN Ching Ching was extremely shocked at this moment. She did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to accumulate so many points in such a short time. I still have 6 days left. WN Ching 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 thought to herself. She could not help but feel excited when she thought about how long she would be able to stay in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. How many points would she be able to accumulate in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with Duan Lingtian? What would her ranking be? Senior Hung Feng. WN Ching Ching suddenly recalled something and immediately sent a message to Hung Feng. You didn't tell anyone that I'll be joining forces with Duan Lingtian after you're eliminated, right? Up until now, only she and Duan Lingtian were aware of the fact that she had joined forces with Duan Lingtian. Even Hung Feng was unaware of this. However, Hung Feng was aware of this fact. He knew there was a possibility that she would join forces with Duan Lingtian. After all, before Hung Feng crushed his accumulative point jade to leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he had tried his best to persuade her to join forces with Duan Lingtian. Junior sister Ching Ching, you've joined forces with Duan Lingtian? Hung Feng replied to WN Ching Ching with a surprised tone. Also, how did you manage to send me a message? You've come out. Those outside the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could send messages to those in the middle realm. However, those in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were not allowed to send messages to those outside. After receiving Wan Qing's message, Heng Feng knew she had come out. You didn't get eliminated, right? No, I came out on my own. Wan Qing replied. If I'm not mistaken, you've joined forces with Duan Lingtian, right? It won't be easy for Duan Lingtian to find the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Both of us happened to pass by the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Heng Feng replied. 4 days ago, Heng Feng and Wan Qing had entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm together from the Martial Battle Mansion's base. They had coincidentally passed by the Fire Glaze Mansion's base during their journey. For this reason, it was not difficult for him to deduce the reason. Wan Qing and Duan Lingtian had joined forces. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to find out the location of the Fire Glaze Mansion's base from Wan Qing. Yes. Wan Qing knew it was pointless for her to deny it. You didn't tell him where the Martial Battle Mansion's base is, right? Heng Feng asked again. His tone was solemn this time. I won't tell him. Wan Qing replied. That's good. Don't tell anyone that you've joined forces with him for the time being. At the very least, don't let anyone know you've joined forces with him before he arrived at the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Otherwise, I'm worried the Fire Glaze Mansion will target you. Heng Feng said. I know. I didn't show up. Wan Qing replied. That's good. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this. Heng Feng said. Thank you, Senior Heng Feng. Wan Qing hastily expressed her gratitude. She trusted Heng Feng's character. Otherwise, she would not have agreed to join forces with him. In the profound Nether Mansion's base. Duan Lingtian's sudden appearance in the profound Nether Mansion's base attracted the attention of the profound Nether Mansion's disciples. The profound Nether Mansion's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian excitedly. After all, Duan Lingtian was the profound Nether Mansion's treasure. He was the reason the profound Nether Mansion was able to hold their heads up high in front of the other celestial mansions. However, before they could regain their senses, Duan Lingtian teleported again and appeared on a stone platform in the campsite. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm through a transporting formation. Why did he leave? Based on his anxious expression, it's obvious he has something urgent to attend to. As the disciples in the profound Nether Mansion's base discussed among themselves, Duan Lingtian appeared at one of the transporting formations that led to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. As soon as he appeared, he attracted a lot of attention. It's Duan Lingtian. Chapter 3161. Old Qi. Duan Lingtian ignored the stares from his surroundings. He immediately sent a message to Qi Tianming, the inspector of the profound Nether Mansion. In the message, he told Qi Tianming about the message he received from Huang Jiolong and his relationship with Huang Jiolong. The sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect wants to lure you to the Coupling Celestial Sect to kill you? That's impossible. Qi Tianming was stunned when he received Duan Lingtian's message. Wait a moment. I'll ask Bihai Mingfeng about it. When Qi Tianming sent a message to Bihai Mingfeng was stunned. The sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect wanted to lure Duan Lingtian to kill him? At this moment, Bihai Mingfeng anxiously sent a message to Gongsun Wenqing, the first sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian has come out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Gongsun Wenqing knew things had gotten out of hand when he learned that Duan Lingtian had left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm after receiving Huang Jiolong's message. Therefore, he quickly explained to Bihai Mingfeng that he had tested Huang Jiolong. Huang Jiolong is now my direct disciple. I only told Duan Lingtian to return to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm with peace of mind. It's just a joke. However, it's true that Jiolong treats him like a brother. Gongsun Wenqing did not forget to add on. I see. Bihai Mingfeng sighed in relief when he learned about what had happened. Then, he sent a message to Qi Tianming. In the end, it's just a farce. That brat, Gongsun Wenqing, really has nothing better to do. After Qi Tianming learned about this, he quickly sent a message to Duan Lingtian to comfort him. Misunderstanding? Gongsun Wenqing, the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, took Jiolong as his direct disciple after testing him. After listening to Qi Tianming's message, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. His tense nerves finally relaxed. The moment he relaxed, he heard the voices around him that he had ignored. Duan Lingtian, do you have the confidence to secure a spot in the top 5? Duan Lingtian, there are still a lot of people who haven't shown their strength yet. Do you think you can make it into the top 10 this month? In just 2 days, Duan Lingtian had accumulated nearly 300 points and was ranked 5th in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion who were present on the scene knew very well what was going on. That was because Duan Lingtian was lucky enough to find the Fire Glaze Manors camp, and the Fire Glaze Manors people kept giving him points. Duan Lingtian's current strength had been more or less figured out. Although Tan Yuan from the Fire Glaze Manor had been eliminated by Duan Lingtian, that was because he had been careless. Otherwise, with Tan Yuan's speed, he would have been able to escape from Duan Lingtian. For this reason, many of the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion were certain Duan Lingtian would not be able to make it into the top 10. After all, even Tan Yuan would not be able to make it into the top 10 every month. If Tan Yuan had not been careless, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to eliminate him. Top 5. Top 10. Duan Lingtian smiled nonchalantly when he heard the questions from the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion. Then, he teleported to the stone platform in the depths of the main hall. Duan Lingtian took out his accumulative point jade and teleported to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through the transporting formation. As soon as Duan Lingtian left, his voice echoed in the main hall. My goal is to rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the people in the main hall fell silent. They looked at each other for a long time before they regained their senses. First place. Duan Lingtian's ambition is so great. Is it possible that he's been concealing his strength all this time? That's unlikely. After all, he's not even 100 years old yet. If the strength he's shown so far isn't his true strength, is he still human? Based on his words, it's obvious he's very confident. I'm beginning to look forward to his performance. Unless he repeats his trip to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base once or twice, it'll be very difficult for him to rank first. Although Duan Lingtian's words were filled with confidence, many people still believed him. However, there were very few people who believed in him. There were also some who thought Duan Lingtian was confident. Duan Lingtian only needed to find a few more campsites of celestial mansions. Perhaps, he would be able to rank first. However, many people felt it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to repeat his trip to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to obtain so many points outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base was because the Fire Glaze Mansion was unaware of his strength. After this incident, not only did the Fire Glaze Mansion learn about Duan Lingtian's strength, but the other celestial mansions also learned about Duan Lingtian's strength. Even if Duan Lingtian successfully intercepted their bases in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they would not recklessly send their disciples to kill Duan Lingtian. Therefore, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to repeat his trip to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Before returning to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Lingtian had informed Wen Qing of his intention to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through a communication celestial talisman. When he arrived at the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, Wen Qing was already waiting for him. You're done. Wen Qing thought she would have to wait for Duan Lingtian for at least half a day. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would send her a message not long after she left. Yes, it's just a misunderstanding. Duan Lingtian nodded. He didn't expect that such a blunder would appear. He was not surprised by Huang Jiolong's performance in front of the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. After all, he knew Huang Jiolong was a good friend who could go through thick and thin with him. Nevertheless, he still felt warmth in his heart when he heard about Huang Jiolong's performance. Although he and Huang Jiolong used to have a good relationship, It had been a few years since they last contacted each other. Naturally, he did not contact Huang Jiolong because he did not want to disturb Huang Jiolong's cultivation. He was certain Huang Jiolong was the same. After not seeing each other for a few years, he was sure that he would not change. Huang Jiolong also did not change, which made him very relieved. Apart from that, he knew the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect had only accepted Huang Jiolong as his last disciple on a whim. As for the reason, he was certain it had something to do with him. Otherwise, why would the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect suddenly accept Huang Jiolong as his last disciple when he was ranked 5th in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Moreover, the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect had even used him to test Huang Jiolong. Based on all these factors, it was clear the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect had something to do with him. After I leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, I'll ask old Qi to bring me to the coupling celestial sect. It's been a long time since I last saw Jiolong. This time, I'll give Jiolong a boost. With this, his path in the coupling celestial sect will be much smoother. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian, I only found out you eliminated Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji from the Fire Glaze Mansion after I left the middle realm. Wan Qing Qing sighed emotionally. Perhaps, Wan Qing Qing was unaware that the way she acted in front of Duan Lingtian was different from how she acted in front of others. In front of others, she always maintained a cold and aloof attitude, and her eyes even revealed a coldness that kept people thousands of miles away. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, she was no longer as cold as before. Of course, even Wan Qing Qing herself did not notice this. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, found Wan Qing Qing much more pleasing to the eye. She was no longer as cold as before and no longer as unapproachable as before. Mo Pingji is still all right. I only eliminated Tan Yuan by luck. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, Tan Yuan was careless. Otherwise, he would have been able to escape under my watch. Although Duan Lingtian had eliminated Tan Yuan, he knew it was only a fluke. If Tan Yuan had not been careless, he would not have been able to catch up to him at all. This was the main reason he was willing to work with Wan Qing Qing. Although he was not slow, his speed was not low. However, if he wanted to rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he would have to rely on his speed. Let's go. You'll have to deal with the people we encounter next. Duan Lingtian said to Wan Qing Qing. Even without Wan Qing Qing's reminder, he would still have to face Tan Yuan, Mo Pingji, and the others outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. However, if the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples swarmed him and he fought outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, Tan Yuan could easily hide in the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. As for the others, including Mo Pingji, Duan Lingtian was confident he could stop them outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base and prevent them from entering. For this reason, Duan Lingtian owed Wan Qing Qing a favor for obtaining Tan Yuan's points. You don't owe me a favor. If I didn't inform you, you might have been able to eliminate more people. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wan Qing Qing, naturally, knew Duan Lingtian was going easy on her. Previously, she was worried Duan Lingtian would not be a match for Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji if they joined forces. However, now she knew Duan Lingtian was not a match for Duan Lingtian. Even if Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji joined forces, they would not be a match for Duan Lingtian. As for the other disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion, they were nothing but cannon fodder in front of Duan Lingtian. Even so, if that's the case, I won't be able to eliminate Tan Yuan. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said firmly, it's decided. If you're unwilling, there's no need for us to work together. Thank you. Faced with Duan Lingtian's determination, Wan Qing Qing no longer dared to reject him. However, her heart was filled with gratitude. She knew Duan Lingtian did not have to do this. Chapter 3162. Liu Ji, a disciple of the Hanqing Mansion, had entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm last month and was eliminated by Duan Lingtian. However, Liu Ji was still unconvinced that Duan Lingtian had defeated him due to his carelessness. He felt Duan Lingtian had taken advantage of him. In fact, his speed was indeed faster than Duan Lingtian. After all, he had comprehended two profundities from the law of wind. In terms of speed, he was in the second tier of 10 directions celestial dukes in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. As for Duan Lingtian, he was in between the second and third tier of 10 directions celestial dukes in terms of speed. This month, when Liu Ji learned that Duan Lingtian had entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he had followed Duan Lingtian into the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. At this moment, the people from the other celestial mansions who were paying attention to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were shocked by Duan Lingtian's performance. However, Liu Ji knew nothing about what was happening outside. After all, he was a reclusive and aloof person in the Hanqing mansion. Even the high-ranking officials of the Hanqing mansion were not fond of him, let alone the disciples. For this reason, nobody told him that Duan Lingtian, a dark horse, had appeared in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. As time passed, the people from the other celestial mansions gradually shifted their attention away from Duan Lingtian. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian's ranking had also dropped to 7th on the scoreboard. However, the gap between Duan Lingtian, who was ranked 7th on the scoreboard, and the person who was ranked 8th on the scoreboard was quite huge. There was a gap of more than 100 points between them. Currently, Duan Lingtian had accumulated 322 points. In just 2 days, Duan Lingtian's points had not increased as fast as the previous 2 days. In fact, it was not even a fraction of the previous 2 days' worth of points. The battle at the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite is indeed the pinnacle of Duan Lingtian's strength. It won't be easy for Duan Lingtian to obtain more points from now on. And now, the people who are ranked behind Duan Lingtian are gradually closing in on him. In just half a day, they have closed the gap of more than 30 points. I wonder if this Duan Lingtian will be able to maintain his position in the top 10 in the end. Wan Qing from the Martial Battle Mansion appeared on the scoreboard 2 days ago, but she's already in the top 30 now? Her points increase in the past 2 days is much faster than Duan Lingtian's. It seems that Duan Lingtian's luck is not as good as hers. Let's not talk about luck. In terms of strength, I don't think Duan Lingtian will be able to defeat Wan Qing. Wan Qing's speed is one of the fastest in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian's performance in the past 2 days had greatly disappointed many people from the other grade 6 celestial mansions. On the other hand, Wan Qing's performance in the past 2 days had attracted a lot of attention since her points had increased the fastest among those who were not in the top 6. It seems like the 6 of them will continue to occupy the top 6 spots this month. Currently, the 6 people who occupied the top 6 spots in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were none other than the 6 people who had occupied the top 6 spots in the past few years. Wang Tai from the Martial Battle Mansion. Yi Qiufeng from the Shining Moon Mansion. Liu Danqing from the Grand Sheng Mansion. Shimen Haoxian from the Red Leaves Mansion. Zhuge Yunqi from the Vast Heaven Mansion. Gongsun Wuji from the Azure Green Mansion. These 6 people had occupied the top 6 spots in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm for the past few years. None of them had been pushed out of the top 6. The 6 of them are too strong. It's almost impossible to push them out of the top 6. And here I thought Duan Lingtian might be able to occupy one of the top 6 spots. It seems like I was too naive. Duan Lingtian? I admit he's strong, but it's not realistic for him to make it into the top 6. That's right. In my opinion, he'll be lucky if he manages to stay in the top 10. Duan Lingtian's performance was short-lived. After 2 days, he gradually faded out of the limelight. Only those from the profound Nether Mansion thought it would be good if Duan Lingtian managed to stay in the top 10 even if he did not make it into the top 6. After all, the profound Nether Mansion had been under a lot of pressure for the past few years. In fact, no one had managed to make it into the top 20 in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Now that Duan Lingtian had finally appeared, even if he did not manage to stay in the top 10 and only managed to stay in the top 20, they would still be able to accept it. It seems like Duan Lingtian was just joking when he said his goal is to rank first. One of the profound Nether Mansion's disciples sighed. How can you believe his words? Do you really think the 6 of them are pushovers? Let alone the 6 of them, even Duan Lingtian wouldn't be able to do anything to Wn Qing from the martial battle mansion. Another disciple from the profound nether mansion shook his head. It was obvious he did not take Duan Lingtian's words seriously from the beginning. I hope he'll be able to stay in the top 10, Qi Tianming, the inspector of the profound nether mansion, was not surprised when he learned that Duan Lingtian had been pushed out of the top 6. However, he still hoped Duan Lingtian would be able to stay in the top 10. After all, this was his greatest hope for Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian managed to make it into the top 5, Qi Tianming did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to maintain his ranking. After all, the way Duan Lingtian earned points was not something that could be replicated. Without that method, Duan Lingtian was bound to be pushed out of the top 5 or even the top 6. The 6 of them were like 6 mountains on the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. They were lofty and insurmountable. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Wan Qing, a middle-aged man dressed in a fiery red robe, looked at the green figure in the distance with a faint smile on his face. I didn't expect to see you again. The green figure standing opposite the red-robed middle-aged man was none other than Wan Qing, an inner disciple of the martial battle mansion. Yun Yang. The red-clad middle-aged man was no stranger to Wan Qing. He was Yun Yang, a core disciple of the Magic Cloud Mansion who was ranked in the top 10. 2 days ago, she had received a message from Duan Lingtian. Before entering the middle realm, she had glanced at the scoreboard and discovered Yun Yang was ranked 13th. Last month, she had encountered Yun Yang. Although her speed was superior to Yun Yang's, she could not defeat him. Although Yun Yang was stronger than her in other aspects, he could not do anything to her. She could stall him until he was forcefully sent out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, but it would be pointless. For this reason, she chose to give up. Similarly, Yun Yang chose to give up as well. 2 hours ago, I received a message saying that your speed of gaining points is only second to those 6 people. In just 2 days, you've already entered the top 30, Yun Yang said as he looked at Wan Qing. Wan Qing smiled faintly. I'm quite lucky. Wan Qing replied indifferently. From beginning to end, her eyes were filled with a coldness that pushed people thousands of miles away. She seemed incomparably cold. Yun Yang did not think much of it as he already knew that Wan Qing was a cold beauty in the martial battle mansion. Congratulations. Yun Yang congratulated Wan Qing before he prepared to leave. In his opinion, he and Wan Qing couldn't do anything to each other in their battle last month. There was no need for them to fight again this month. He was certain Wan Qing had the same thoughts as well. However, just as he was about to leave, Wan Qing suddenly turned into a streak of green light and appeared in his path, blocking his path. Tchem. Yun Yang frowned. Wan Qing, do you think you'll be able to eliminate me this month? If your strength has improved, I'll fight you again. However, if your strength hasn't improved, there's no need for us to waste our time here, Yun Yang said. All right. Last month, his battle with Wan Qing had lasted for half a day. In his opinion, it was a waste of time. For this reason, he did not plan to waste his time with Wan Qing. My strength hasn't improved. Wan Qing said. If your strength hasn't improved, let's not waste our time here. Yun Yang was slightly annoyed. He had thought Wan Qing had stopped him because her strength had improved, and she was more confident in herself. However, when he heard Wan Qing said her strength had not improved, he was slightly annoyed. Swoosh. As soon as Yun Yang finished speaking, a figure appeared out of thin air next to Wan Qing. The figure belonged to a handsome purple-clad young man. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He looked like a match made in heaven when he stood next to Wan Qing. Swoosh. Yun Yang's eyes widened in shock when he saw the figure standing next to Wan Qing. No wonder Wan Qing stopped me. She has a helper. I know she has a helper this month. However, didn't Heng Feng get eliminated by Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion? Yun Yang had heard about Wn Qing Qing joining forces with Hung Feng to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, he did not expect Wn Qing 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 to join forces with Hung Feng. After Hung Feng was eliminated, Wn Qing Qing found another helper to join forces with. Yun Yang shifted his gaze to the purple-clad young man standing next to Wn Qing Qing. He saw the identity token hanging from the purple-clad young man's waist. An ominous feeling rose in Yun Yang's heart when he saw the identity token. Since Wn Qing Qing was willing to join forces with the purple-clad young man, he was certain the purple-clad young man would not be an ordinary person. When Yun Yang saw the identity token hanging from the purple-clad young man's waist, his eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian's name had spread throughout Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory in the past 10 days. As a core disciple of the Magic Cloud Mansion, Yun Yang was, naturally, familiar with this name. Wan Qing Qing, you actually joined forces with Duan Lingtian. Yun Yang looked at Wn Qing Qing in shock as he struggled to look away from Duan Lingtian's identity token. It's been 2 days. I finally have a chance to make a move. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had learned from Wn Qing Qing through voice transmission that the purple-clad young man was ranked in the top 10 of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Chapter 3163. Yun Yang finally understood why Wan Qing Qing had stopped him. As it turned out, she had asked Duan Lingtian to join forces with her. Duan Lingtian, I'm Yun Yang, a core disciple of the Magic Cloud Mansion. I've heard a lot about you. Yun Yang cupped his hands at Duan Lingtian and took the initiative to greet him. His strength was on par with Duan Lingtian, the Fire Glaze Mansion's Tan Yuan. Since Tan Yuan had been eliminated by Duan Lingtian, he, naturally, knew Duan Lingtian was not to be underestimated. In front of Duan Lingtian, his only option was to flee. However, that was only if he encountered Duan Lingtian alone. His speed was on par with Tan Yuan. Since Tan Yuan said he could escape under Duan Lingtian's nose if he was not careless, he could do the same as well. However, his current situation was completely different from Tan Yuan's situation. Duan Lingtian was not alone. Wan Qing Qing was with Duan Lingtian. Although her overall strength was inferior to him, her speed was much faster than him. If she wanted to flee, he would not be able to catch up to her. Similarly, if she wanted to fight him, he would not be able to shake her off. With Wan Qing Qing's speed and her comprehension of the law of wood, coupled with Duan Lingtian's help, I'm sure they'll be able to defeat any one of those 6 people if they join forces. Yun Yang thought to himself. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently when he heard Yun Yang's greeting. At the same time, he reminded Yun Yang out of goodwill, prepare yourself. The 2 of us will make our move soon. Swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Wan Qing Qing's body glowed with a dazzling green light. It was as though she was surrounded by a dazzling green flame. It set off Wan Qing Qing's devilishly enchanting figure and her near-perfect face, causing everything around her to pale in comparison. If it was any other time, Yun Yang would have looked at Wan Qing Qing with admiration. But now, he couldn't find the slightest bit of appreciation. You don't have to do anything. I admit defeat. Yun Yang said with a bitter smile. What a joke. With Wan Qing Qing and Duan Lingtian joining forces, their strength was comparable to any one of the 6 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He knew that he alone was definitely not a match for Duan Lingtian and the other man. Therefore, he chose to admit defeat. He didn't suspect that the Duan Lingtian in front of him was a fake, because the identity tokens of the major immortal mansions couldn't be faked. Moreover, if it was a fake identity token, he would be able to recognize it at a glance. Duan Lingtian, if you have time, you can come to the Demon Cloud Mansion and have a drink with me. Yun Yang said to Duan Lingtian with a smile as he took out his accumulative point jade and crushed it. There were only benefits to befriending such a powerful existence at such a young age. There was no harm in befriending him. As soon as Yun Yang's accumulative point jade shattered, Duan Lingtian's voice transmission rang in Wan Qing Qing's ears. If you don't collect his points, There's no need for us to work together anymore. Wen Qingqing's body stiffened when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. This fellow. Wen Qingqing muttered to herself. Initially, she had planned to leave so Duan Lingtian could collect Yun Yang's points. However, when she heard Duan Lingtian's determined tone, she no longer dared to act rashly. After all, she knew Duan Lingtian was a man of his words. Swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian sent Wen Qingqing a voice transmission, he teleported away and gave all of Yun Yang's points to Wen Qingqing. Although they had encountered many people before they met Yun Yang, Wen Qingqing was able to handle all of them on her own. According to Duan Lingtian, Wen Qingqing was able to defeat all of them. Those that Wen Qingqing could defeat would be Wen Qingqing's turn. Wen Qingqing would collect the points herself. However, Wen Qingqing had given him a lot of points along the way. For this reason, Duan Lingtian allowed Wen Qingqing to collect Yun Yang's points. The next time we meet an opponent that we need to work together to defeat, it'll be your turn to collect the points. If you give in to me again, I don't think there's any need for us to work together anymore. After collecting Yun Yang's points, Wen Qingqing did not rush to check the points in her accumulative point jade. Instead, she looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. Of course. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Although his expression was natural, he was slightly moved. Wen Qingqing was similar to him. Both of them were unwilling to take advantage of others. For the sake of their principles, they were willing to give up their own interests. Take a look. How many points do you have now? I remember that before I came in last time, Yun Yang was already ranked 13th on the scoreboard. At that time, he had almost 200 points. Duan Lingtian looked at Wen Qingqing curiously. He wondered how many points Yun Yang had given Wen Qingqing. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wen Qingqing finally looked at her accumulative point jade. Her eyes widened slightly when she saw the number of points she had. 364 points. Wen Qingqing saw the number of points in her accumulative point jade had increased to 364 points. She had even surpassed Duan Lingtian's points. Not bad. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he learned about Wen Qingqing's current points. It seems like Yun Yang has also obtained a lot of points in the past 2 days. However, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. In the end, it all went to you. If I give you these points, even if you can't get first place, you can at least get into the top 3. Wen Qingqing looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on her face as she said this. Wen Qingqing knew very well. After all, the chances of encountering someone with as many points as Yun Yang in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were extremely low. After all, the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was too big. Trying to find a specific person among them was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Maybe, the next person can give me more points. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. It was obvious that he didn't care about giving Yun Yang's opportunity to Wen Qingqing. At this moment, Wen Qingqing's heart skipped a beat when she saw the smile on Duan Lingtian's face. At the same time, her gaze when she looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with gentleness. Martial Battle Mansion. The transporting sites in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were initially quiet. However, following a change in the scoreboard, a commotion broke out among the several teleportation stations. Look. 7th place on the rankings. Oh my god. Is this real? This is a little scary. The elders and disciples of the Martial Battle Mansion were shocked to see another person enter the top 10 after Wang Tai of the Martial Battle Mansion. Moreover, it was not the 10th or 9th place, but the 7th place. Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion, who was originally ranked 7th, had been pushed down to the 8th place. The 7th ranked person was none other than Wen Qingqing, an inner court disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion. Senior Sister Qingqing. Why is she ranked 7th all of a sudden? One of the Martial Battle Mansion's disciples was shocked. It's not sudden. Look, Yun Yang, a core disciple from the Magic Cloud Mansion, who was originally ranked 10th, has been removed from the scoreboard. It's obvious that senior sister Qing Qing has eliminated him. Moreover, his points have been given to senior sister Qing Qing, another Martial Battle Mansion's disciple said. Yun Yang, a core disciple of the Magic Cloud Mansion. Yun Yang is the strongest person below Celestial Kings in the Magic Cloud Mansion, right? Yun Yang's overall strength is higher than Wan Qing Qing's. I think they met last month. At that time, Yun Yang was stronger while Wan Qing Qing was faster. Neither of them could defeat the other. It has only been a month, and yet, Wan Qing Qing managed to defeat him? Perhaps, senior sister Qing Qing gained an advantage because Yun Yang was injured. No matter what, our Martial Battle Mansion has occupied 2 of the top 10 spot. 7th place. This is the first time Wan Qing Qing's ranking has risen to such a high position. It seems like she has a chance to become a core disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion after this month. Different celestial mansions had different criteria for becoming a core disciple. For example, Zhu Hongjie was a core disciple in the Profound Nether Mansion. However, in the Martial Battle Mansion, Wan Qing Qing, who was stronger than Zhu Hongjie, was only an inner court disciple. This was because of Wang Tai. In the Martial Battle Mansion, there was Wang Tai. In front of Wang Tai, Wan Qing Qing was inferior to him in every other aspect except for her speed. Wang Tai was a core disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion. For this reason, if Wan Qing Qing wanted to become a core disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion, she would have to be compared to Wang Tai. For this reason, Wang Tai was the only core disciple in the Martial Battle Mansion who was not a Celestial King. Apart from Wang Tai, the other core disciples in the Martial Battle Mansion were all Celestial Kings or stronger. Based on Wan Qing Qing's performance in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, many people believed she had a chance to become the second core disciple in the Martial Battle Mansion who was not a Celestial King. Meanwhile, in the Magic Cloud Mansion, the transporting formations that led to the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were as silent as a graveyard. When Yun Yang was eliminated from the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the person in charge of the transporting formations did not even look at the scoreboard. Because of this, they all thought that Yun Yang was eliminated by one of the 6 people. However, when they looked at the scoreboard, they discovered it was not the case. Yun Yang was eliminated by Wan Qing Qing, an inner court disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion. Senior brother Yun Yang, is Wan Qing Qing from the Martial Battle Mansion capable of eliminating you? Yun Yang, Wan Qing Qing is weaker than you, right? How is it possible for her to eliminate you? When the elders and disciples of the Magic Cloud Mansion learned Yun Yang was eliminated by Wan Qing Qing, they could not help but wonder if Wan Qing Qing was right. Was Wan Qing Qing strong enough to eliminate Yun Yang? If it's just Wan Qing Qing, naturally, she's not strong enough to eliminate me. Chapter 3164. Upon hearing Yun Yang's words, the members of the Demon Cloud Mansion were shocked. Wan Qing Qing joined forces with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion? Yun Yang, are you referring to Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion? Yun Yang smiled wryly. Apart from Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion, there's no one else like Duan Lingtian in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who's capable of defeating me by joining forces with Wan Qing Qing. The eyes of the members of the Demon Cloud Mansion widened when they heard Yun Yang's words. They could not help but gasp. Wan Qing Qing actually joined forces with Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion. Rumor has it that Duan Lingtian is capable of breaching Hung Feng's defenses despite his slow speed. In the past, Hung Feng's defenses could only be considered second tier in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, now that he has comprehended the law of Earth's defense profundity, his defenses can be considered first tier in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even so, Duan Lingtian still breached Hung Feng's defenses. Wan Qing Qing made up for Duan Lingtian's shortcomings while Duan Lingtian made up for Wan Qing Qing's shortcomings. If they join forces, they might be able to pose a threat to those 6 people. When the elders and disciples of the Demon Cloud Mansion regained their senses, They turned to look at the top 6 people on the scoreboard. In recent years, those 6 people had occupied the top 6 spots on the scoreboard without exception. Previously, some people had tried to join forces with others to pull them down from the top 6, but all of them had failed. Now that Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing had joined forces, would they be able to break the 6 people's records? Although they were looking forward to it, they did not hold out much hope. After all, those 6 people were not only powerful but mysterious as well. However, I'm curious. Wan Qingqing is from the martial battle mansion while Duan Lingtian is from the profound nether mansion. Why are they together? What do you mean by hooking up? I'm just teaming up. Didn't you say that Wan Qingqing teamed up with Hung Feng and encountered Duan Lingtian? Hung Feng was eliminated by Duan Lingtian, and Wan Qingqing successfully escaped? Could it be that they had joined forces at that time? I don't think so. Duan Lingtian went to stop the people from the Fire Glaze Manor, but I didn't hear that Wan Qingqing was there as well. They must have met again later on and started to work together. I think so too. The news of Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing joining forces spread throughout the Demon Cloud Mansion and the other immortal mansions. The 6 people in the top 6 of the rankings also received a message from the higher-ups of their respective immortal mansions. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, on top of a steep mountain peak, a lone figure stood there, unmoving like a mountain. Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing teamed up. The proud and aloof figure was a tall young man with a handsome appearance. He wore a crimson robe that fluttered in the wind, as if a bloody fire was burning fiercely. Interesting. The corners of the young man's lips curled up slightly as his eyes glinted. Boom. A figure broke out of a calm lake, causing water to splash everywhere. Then, a thin figure appeared in the air above the lake. The figure was a young man dressed like a scholar. He had delicate features and looked like a scholar. Duan Lingtian? Wan Qingqing? I hope I'll be surprised when I meet them. The young man smiled before he turned into a streak of light and flew into the distance. King Tai. I admit defeat. At this moment, a figure who looked like a deity appeared above a forest. King Tai was so frightened that his face turned pale as he hurriedly admitted defeat. Crack. As soon as he admitted defeat, he crushed his accumulative point jade and withdrew from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Chem. The figure bathed in flames raised an eyebrow. A hint of surprise could be heard in his voice. Junior sister Qingqing has teamed up with Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion. Based on the words of the person who crushed his accumulative point jade, it was obvious the person was none other than King Tai from the martial battle mansion. Within the vast gorge, a figure was seated cross-legged with his eyes closed in a depression on the walls of the gorge. He seemed to be waiting for something. The figure was dressed in a long, grey robe. He had the youthful appearance of a young man, but his hair and eyebrows were white. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. Ding! A crisp sound rang in the air as the grey-clad young man opened his eyes. A copper coin had appeared in his hand before he flicked it up. A moment later, the copper coin fell, accurately landing in his palm. It seems like I won't be able to meet Duan Lingtian this month, the grey-clad young man said with a sigh. The grey-robed young man sighed. Then, he closed his eyes and rested. He didn't seem to want to leave the canyon for a long time. It was as if he was waiting for something. The profound Nether Mansion's disciple who killed Gongsun Jing has teamed up with Wan Qingqing from the martial battle mansion. In the sky above an ice field, in the biting cold wind, a figure flitted through the air and suddenly stopped in midair. The reason why he stopped was because he had just received a message. Me. Even if you've teamed up with Wan Qingqing, you'll still die if I meet you. A young man dressed in a long, black robe scoffed as he narrowed his eyes. I heard the profound Nether Mansion sees Duan Lingtian as their only hope. This time, I will crush their hopes. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved again. A bloodthirsty killing intent appeared in the eyes of the black-robed youth, as if he was about to devour someone. It'll be great if I can meet Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing this month. That way, I won't be bored anymore. In the sky above a lofty mountain range, a figure that was swiftly flying past received a message and suddenly slowed down. At the same time, his eyes lit up. It's pointless even if I meet those 5 fellows. They can't eliminate me, and I can't eliminate them as well. Usually, those 5 fellows are the only ones worthy of me fighting with my full strength. If I meet Duan Lingtian and Wn Qing Qing this month, I might be able to fight them to my heart's content as well. I can't wait to meet them. In the profound Nether Mansion's 3 transporting sites in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, many people exchanged a look when they heard about Duan Lingtian and Wn Qing Qing joining forces. Duan Lingtian and Wan Qing Qing joined forces? Moreover, they eliminated Yun Yang from the Magic Cloud Mansion together. However, why did Duan Lingtian give Yun Yang's points to Wan Qing Qing? I was wondering why Duan Lingtian's points didn't increase in the past 2 days. As it turns out, his with Wan Qing Qing. Moreover, it's obvious his giving in to Wan Qing Qing. Even a hero can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman. It seems like even Duan Lingtian can't break this curse. The elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion sighed. They thought Duan Lingtian was a hero who could not resist the charms of a beautiful woman and was willing to be used by Wan Qing Qing. Although they were speechless, it was inappropriate for them to voice their opinions. After all, it was Duan Lingtian's decision. Moreover, based on Duan Lingtian's current results, even if he gave all his points to Wan Qing Qing, it would still bring glory to the profound Nether Mansion. Don't tell me that brat is infatuated with Wan Qing Qing from the Martial Battle Mansion. Qi Tianming, the inspector of the profound Nether Mansion, was exasperated when he heard the news. He immediately sent a message to Duan Lingtian. Brat, don't forget about the test the Imperial Tutor Pavilion gave you. Moreover, Wan Qing Qing isn't human at all. Since she's not from the Martial Battle Mansion, she's definitely not human. It's best if you keep your distance from her. Otherwise, you won't even know you're being sold out. Don't foolishly give her the majority of your points again. Qi Tianming sent more than 10 messages to Duan Lingtian. Most of them were to persuade Duan Lingtian not to be obsessed with Wan Qing Qing's beauty. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Elder Qi, Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he received Qi Tianming's messages. However, he quickly regained his senses and shook his head with a wry smile on his face. Elder Qi was unaware that he had joined forces with Wan Qing Qing. He was also unaware that he owed Wan Qing Qing a favor from Tan Yuan, the disciple of the Fire Glaze Mansion. If he had not attacked Tan Yuan outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, he might not have been able to eliminate Tan Yuan even if Tan Yuan had been careless. The only reason he was able to attack Tan Yuan outside the Fire Glaze Mansion was because of Wan Qing Qing. After Duan Lingtian gave Yun Yang's points to Wan Qing Qing, he no longer felt like he owed Wan Qing Qing a favor. Naturally, he would be able to distribute his points as per normal. News of us joining forces has already spread outside. Wan Qing Qing's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian and Wan Qing Qing did not usually travel together. Although they were separated by a large distance, they could still sense each other's presence with their divine consciousness. As long as one of them encountered an enemy, the other would immediately rush over to help. That's within my expectations. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. As soon as Duan Lingtian replied to Wan Qing Qing through voice transmission, he seemed to have sensed something. His eyes narrowed as he looked in front of him. Swoosh! A figure shrouded in green energy appeared in front of him. Initially, he was heading in another direction. However, as soon as he saw Duan Lingtian, he began to charge in Duan Lingtian's direction. Duan Lingtian! As the figure charged toward Duan Lingtian, he shouted coldly. His voice was so cold that it seemed as though it could freeze the air. Although the figure was not as fast as Wan Qing Qing, he was much faster than Duan Lingtian. In terms of speed, he could be considered as one of the second-tier powerhouses in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. His speed was comparable to Tan Yuan from the Fire Glaze Mansion and Yun Yang from the Magic Cloud Mansion. After a while, the figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and blocked his path. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, You ambushed me last month and eliminated me. This month, I, Liu Ji, will kill you to avenge myself. Chapter 3165. Liu Ji. As soon as the newcomer appeared, Duan Lingtian recognized him. It was none other than Liu Ji, whom he had eliminated last month. However, Duan Lingtian did not rely on the 5 divine elements when he eliminated Liu Ji last month. Instead, he relied on his own strength to eliminate Liu Ji. Moreover, the entire process was extremely fast. Naturally, Liu Ji had been careless in eliminating Liu Ji last month. By the time Liu Ji discovered Duan Lingtian's strength, it was already too late. He did not even have the time to dodge Duan Lingtian's attack. Liu Ji. As soon as Duan Lingtian came to a halt, Wen Qingqing came to a halt as well. Since she was quite a distance away from Duan Lingtian, and Liu Ji did not look in her direction, he did not notice her presence. Although she was far away, with her hearing, she could still clearly hear Liu Ji's words. You want to kill Duan Lingtian? Liu Ji's words rendered Wen Qingqing speechless. After all, Liu Ji's strength was not even comparable to hers. Even she did not dare to say she could kill Duan Lingtian. If she had the ability to kill Duan Lingtian, Hung Feng would not have been eliminated by Duan Lingtian. It seems like the rumors are true. Liu Ji's character is not good, and is not well liked in the Hanqing mansion. The news of us joining forces and how you eliminated Tan Yuan from the Fire Glaze mansion and Yun Yang from the Magic Cloud mansion has spread like wildfire. However, it's obvious he doesn't know about it. Wen Qingqing sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. She had her reasons for thinking this way. After all, if Liu Ji knew about this, he would not have acted so arrogantly in front of Duan Lingtian. I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. Duan Lingtian's expression was as calm as ever as he faced Liu Ji, who was filled with killing intent. However, Liu Ji was even more furious when he saw Duan Lingtian's nonchalant expression. You won't be as lucky as you were last month. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Ji pounced towards Duan Lingtian like an eagle. At the same time, green gales raged all over his body, causing waves of crisp wind sounds to resound in the void, followed by faintly discernible wind blades. Wang, 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 Wang. Liu Ji rushed towards Duan Lingtian like a ghost, followed by a sky full of wind blades that were no slower than Liu Ji's movement speed. They gathered together like raindrops falling from the sky, enveloping Duan Lingtian and penetrating every inch of his body. As soon as Liu Ji made his move, he used almost all the profundities of the law of wind that he had comprehended. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian calmly raised his hand and waved it through the air. The next moment, rip! A spatial crack appeared in the path of the wind blades. Hum! After the spatial crack, the grey blade light whizzed out and circled around Duan Lingtian's body. During this process, the grey saber light was like an inflated balloon, rapidly expanding. At the same time, wisps of golden flames raged on the surface of the grey blade light and enveloped it in the blink of an eye. Wang, 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 Wang. At this moment, the sky full of wind blades that were less than 10 meters away from Duan Lingtian directly charged into Duan Lingtian's space territory. Although Duan Lingtian's space territory contained the distorting profundities of the law of space, it still could not withstand Liu Ji's storm-like wind blade attacks. Under the direct attack of the wind blades, Duan Lingtian was steadily losing ground. Liu Ji, who had sensed this, flew out with the wind blades with a smug smile on his face. At this moment, Liu Ji felt as though he could already see Duan Lingtian dying in front of him. Go! However, even though the wind blades that filled the sky had the upper hand and were about to land on him, Duan Lingtian still waved his hand calmly. In the next moment, the grey blade light that was circling around him shot out like a bolt of grey lightning. Wang! The grey lightning swept across the void and circled around. The grey blade light with golden flames raged on, forming a powerful offensive attack that met the wind blades in the sky. The two of them held on for a while. The golden flames around the grey blade light dimmed completely as though they would be extinguished at any time. The wind blades that filled the sky were also annihilated. Upon seeing this, Liu Ji's eyes widened. An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. He could not help but exclaim, "No! Impossible!" However, when the grey blade light charged at him like a bolt of lightning, Liu Ji had no choice but to accept it. His celestial origin energy that had merged with the wind elemental profundity erupted as he dodged the grey blade light's attack. Swoosh! 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 Liu Ji's body swayed like a gust of wind as he narrowly dodged the grey blade light. Swoosh! After dodging the fatal blade light, Liu Ji's expression changed again before he could even catch his breath. This was because when Liu Ji came to a halt a few dozen meters away, a figure appeared in the void not far away from him. It was none other than Duan Lingtian who had teleported to Liu Ji's side. Shackle. Before Liu Ji could react, Duan Lingtian had cast the shackle profundity from the law of space to shackle the space around Liu Ji. "Do you think you can trap me? How laughable." Although Liu Ji was shackled by Duan Lingtian, he quickly regained his composure. Then, he sneered as green energy surged out of his body and formed hundreds and thousands of wind blades. As the wind blades swept out of Liu Ji's body, the outline of the space around Liu Ji was shackled by a layer of golden flames, revealing the outline of the space shackle. A cuboid burning with golden flames trapped Liu Ji inside. At this moment, although there was a layer of golden flame between Liu Ji and Duan Lingtian, the golden flame was translucent. Through it, Duan Lingtian and Liu Ji could still see each other. "It's over." When the golden flames ignited in the space shackle that trapped Liu Ji, Wan Qingqing walked out and stood next to Duan Lingtian. "Wan Qingqing." Liu Ji saw Wan Qingqing appear before the wind blades swept out. She did not attack Duan Lingtian. Instead, she stood next to Duan Lingtian. Liu Ji's expression changed immediately. As long as he was not stupid, it was not difficult for him to guess what this meant. Kai, 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 Kai. At the same time, Liu Ji discovered that no matter how hard he tried to destroy the space shackle, he could not break it. Even when he attacked with all his might, the space shackle did not show any signs of collapsing. How's this possible? This Duan Lingtian. How is he so strong? Liu Ji's expression changed again and again. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. If he had known earlier that Duan Lingtian possessed such strength, no matter how much he hated Duan Lingtian for catching him off guard last month, he wouldn't have dared to be arrogant in front of Duan Lingtian when he encountered him this month. In fact, he would have buried this hatred deep in his heart. Even Tan Yuan from the Fireglaze Mansion couldn't break my space shackle. Do you think your attack is stronger than his? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he glanced at Liu Ji. Tan Yuan? Liu Ji's body stiffened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Why you? Did you eliminate Tan Yuan? Tan Yuan, the Fireglaze Mansion's disciple, was one of the top 10 disciples in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Liu Ji had encountered Tan Yuan a few times, but Tan Yuan had eliminated him every time. Although Liu Ji's speed was on par with Tan Yuan's overall strength was far superior to Liu Ji's. Are you so uninformed? I'm sure there are many people outside who are paying attention to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I'm sure there's no one who doesn't know about me eliminating Tan Yuan, right? Didn't anyone tell you about this through voice transmission? Duan Lingtian feigned surprise. You. Don't tell me you don't know that I'm ranked 8th on the scoreboard and have more than 300 points. Liu Ji's expression darkened as Duan Lingtian continued to speak. In the end, his attacks on the space around him began to weaken. Duan Lingtian is currently ranked 8th, and I'm ranked 7th. It's all thanks to him that I managed to eliminate Yun Yang from the Magic Cloud Mansion. At this moment, Wan Qingqing, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, chimed in. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Wan Qingqing's words. After spending some time together, Duan Lingtian had learned a lot about Wan Qingqing. He knew she was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He did not expect her to say something like this. This did not seem like Wan Qingqing at all. Upon hearing Wan Qingqing's words, Liu Ji finally stopped attacking and brought out his accumulative point jade at lightning speed. Just as Liu Ji was about to crush his accumulative point jade to leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, swoosh, a frighteningly fast cyan silhouette streaked across the void. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Then, before Liu Ji could crush the accumulative point jade, the cyan silhouette snatched the accumulative point jade away. Swoosh. WN Ching Ching's silhouette did not disappear before it reappeared. At the same time, a accumulative point jade appeared in her hand. It was none other than Liu Ji's accumulative point jade. Before WN Ching Ching appeared, Duan Lingtian had already told her to keep an eye on Liu Ji. If Liu Ji tried to crush his accumulative point jade, she had to snatch it from him. WN Ching Ching was not confident she could snatch Liu Ji's accumulative point jade from such a distance. For this reason, she decided to appear next to Duan Lingtian. At this distance, she was confident she could snatch Liu Ji's accumulative point jade. Chapter 3166. With his accumulative points jade taken away, Liu Ji could no longer leave through the transportation formation in the accumulative points jade. He could only rely on himself to return to the Celestial Mansions camp and leave through the transportation formation there. However, Liu Ji was currently trapped in the confinement space by Duan Lingtian. Since he could not break out of the confinement space, it was obvious he could not return to the Hanqing Mansions camp on his own. Moreover, with WN Ching Ching around, even if Duan Lingtian did not restrain him, he would not have a chance to return to the Hanqing Mansions camp. Although he was fast, WN Ching Ching was faster than him. Whoosh! Liu Ji's expression changed drastically when WN Ching Ching took his accumulative points jade away. His eyes widened in horror. Even his body began to tremble violently at this moment due to the excessive shock and fright he felt. Let me give you a piece of advice. Duan Lingtian looked at Liu Ji calmly and said unhurriedly, in your next life, if you want to seek revenge again, it's best if you investigate the background of your enemy before you decide what to do next. Otherwise, you might be killed instead of avenging yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a cold arc buzz. The grey saber light swept past, killing Liu Ji just as he was about to kneel and beg for mercy after experiencing the terror and torment of life and death. When Liu Ji died, his eyes were wide open, and his mouth was agape. His expression was one of horror. As soon as Liu Ji was killed, WN Ching Ching threw the accumulative point jade in her hand to Duan Lingtian and took a step back. In the next moment, the accumulative points jade shattered, and all of Liu Ji's points were taken by Duan Lingtian. Liu Ji still has more than 60 points. After killing Liu Ji, Duan Lingtian looked at his accumulative points jade and discovered his points had increased to 387. It was obvious Liu Ji had given him 65 points. This was because he originally only had 322 points. This Liu Ji is digging his own grave. WN Ching Ching coldly glanced at Liu Ji's corpse and thought to herself. Along the way, she and Duan Lingtian had met people who didn't want to kill them. Therefore, when they eliminated those people, they didn't kill them. Furthermore, even when Duan Lingtian had gone to the Fireglaze Manor's camp, Duan Lingtian had not killed a single person from the Fireglaze Manor. At that time, it was clear that Duan Lingtian was not a person who killed indiscriminately. This time, although Duan Lingtian had killed Liu Ji, she could completely understand why he had done so. She knew very well in her heart today, if Liu Ji was stronger than Duan Lingtian, the one to die would be Duan Lingtian. Let's go. After taking Liu Ji's storage ring, Duan Lingtian bid farewell to WN Ching Ching before continuing onward with her. Up until now, Duan Lingtian had been in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for almost 5 days while WN Ching Ching had been in the middle realm for almost 7 days. I just hope I'll be able to meet one of the 6 people before she leaves. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In 3 days, WN Ching Ching would be forcefully transported out of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At that time, without WN Ching Ching's help, he would not be able to eliminate any of the 6 people. Duan Lingtian. WN Ching Ching looked at Duan Lingtian and reminded him, although Liu Ji isn't very popular in the Hanqing Mansion, the Hanqing Mansion won't let this matter rest after you've killed an inner court disciple of the Hanqing Mansion. When I, Duan Lingtian, do things, I seek to have a clear conscience. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. From the beginning until the end, he did not seem to be affected at all. It was as though the Hanqing mansion was just a paper tiger. Wan Qingqing, naturally, could tell Duan Lingtian was not putting on an act. For a moment, her opinion of Duan Lingtian rose slightly. Meanwhile, at the transporting formations in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the elders and disciples of the various celestial mansions saw Duan Lingtian's sudden appearance. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was pushed to the 8th place by Wan Qingqing from the martial battle mansion, suddenly gained a huge boost in his points. Wan Qingqing was pushed to the 8th place. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian regained the 7th place. Duan Lingtian's points suddenly increased to 65 points. Who did he eliminate? Look. Hanqing Manor's Liu Ji's name has disappeared from the rankings. Liu Ji. Liu Ji again. I remember Liu Ji was eliminated by Duan Lingtian last month, right? That's right. Liu Ji was eliminated by Duan Lingtian last month. Liu Ji is really unlucky this time. He encountered Duan Lingtian again. Moreover, he encountered Duan Lingtian, who has Wan Qingqing's help this time. Most people in the major celestial mansions had heard about Liu Ji being eliminated by Duan Lingtian last month. Naturally, they knew Liu Ji was dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian's result. Liu Ji had even vowed to seek revenge the next time he encountered Duan Lingtian. This month, Liu Ji met Duan Lingtian as he had wished. However, the outcome was the same as the previous month. He was eliminated by Duan Lingtian. I just received news from the Hanqing mansion. Not only was Liu Ji eliminated by Duan Lingtian, but he was also killed by Duan Lingtian. It did not take long before news of Liu Ji being killed by Duan Lingtian spread in the major celestial mansions. Liu Ji was the second person Duan Lingtian had killed in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I remember Duan Lingtian didn't kill anyone when he went to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, right? No, he didn't. Before Liu Ji, Duan Lingtian had only killed one person. However, that person was from the Azure Green Mansion. The people from the Azure Green Mansion and the Profound Nether Mansion are like fire and water. When they encounter each other in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, they'll fight to the death. Liu Ji is naturally ruthless. He must have viewed Duan Lingtian as his enemy since he was eliminated by Duan Lingtian last month. This time, he must have wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. That's why Duan Lingtian decided to kill him. Isn't it obvious? Duan Lingtian didn't kill Liu Ji when he eliminated Liu Ji last month, and yet, Liu Ji killed Liu Ji this month. If Liu Ji wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, would Duan Lingtian kill Liu Ji? Although the people from the major celestial mansions did not know Duan Lingtian, it was not difficult for them to deduce Duan Lingtian was not a bloodthirsty person based on Duan Lingtian's behavior. Even the people from Hanqing residence, where Liu Ji lived, had the same thought. However, since Duan Lingtian had killed Liu Ji, it meant Duan Lingtian had become an enemy of the Hanqing mansion. Even if they did not fight to the death, they would not treat Duan Lingtian amicably. As time passed, the names on the scoreboard continued to change. Even the names in the top 10, such as the 10th and 9th places, were constantly changing. Only the names in the top 8 did not change. It was as though they had taken root in the top 8. Duan Lingtian was still in 7th place. Wan Qingqing was still in 8th place. However, as time passed, their points continued to increase. Although the increase was slow, it did not take long for the gap between them to widen. The difference between the 8th and 9th place was close to 100 points. It was a dividing line. The difference between 7th and 6th place was nearly 200 points, which was also a dividing line. Duan Lingtian, the gap between you and the person who's ranked ahead of you is widening. I can only stay in the middle realm for one more day. If we don't encounter anyone who's ranked ahead of you, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to advance any further, Wan Qingqing said to Wan Qingqing. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, she told Duan Lingtian. It had been 2 days since Duan Lingtian killed Liu Ji, and Wan Qingqing had spent 9 days in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Even if Wan Qing Qing and Wan Qing Qing did not leave the middle realm, they would still be forcefully sent out of the middle realm. Although Wan Qing Qing and Duan Lingtian had encountered a few people over the past 2 days, none of them were ranked on the top of the middle realm. However, none of those people were ranked at the top of the rankings. Not even one of them was ranked in the top 50. Currently, there's a difference of 196 points between you and the person who's ranked 6. Since Wan Qing Qing was constantly informed about the changes on the scoreboard through voice transmission, she knew the difference between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. 196 points. Duan Lingtian frowned. Now, after 2 days of accumulation, his points had increased from 380 plus to 435 plus points. But even so, there was still a difference of 196 points between him and the person ranked 6th on the scoreboard. However, you're the only one with a huge gap between you and the person ranked 6th on the scoreboard. That person's gap with the 5 people in front of him isn't huge. Even the person ranked 1st on the scoreboard has only 266 points more than you. Right now, the rankings of the top 6 are constantly changing, and this has been the norm for the past few years. Any one of those 6 people might be able to get 1st place. Their final ranking is more dependent on luck. Duan Lingtian nodded. There's a difference of 196 points between me and the person who's ranked 6th. There's a difference of 266 points between me and the person who's ranked 1st. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as he thought to himself. It seemed like luck was the only thing he could do to improve his ranking. If he was unlucky and did not encounter anyone with a higher number of points, he might end up ranked 7th. Wan Qing Qing. A voice rang in the air as Duan Lingtian and Wan Qing Qing passed through a hill. The voice was getting closer and closer to them. So, you're Duan Lingtian? Upon hearing the voice, Duan Lingtian and Wan Qing Qing came to a halt and looked in the direction of the voice. A figure could be seen flying toward them from afar. It seems like we're quite lucky. His Shimen Hao Xian, a core disciple of the Red Leaves Mansion. Chapter 3167. At this moment, a figure hovered in the air above a hill, blocking Duan Lingtian and Wan Qing Qing's path. He studied Duan Lingtian curiously. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could sense the person in front of him using his divine consciousness to scan his surroundings. You're really not even 100 years old. Duan Lingtian, are you really from the Southern Heaven territory? The handsome young man in green first exclaimed in surprise, and then he couldn't help but ask curiously. Sort of. Duan Lingtian replied. Sort of. The green-clad young man, Shimen Hao Xian, a core disciple of the Red Leaves Mansion, frowned slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The curiosity in the depths of his eyes grew even more intense. Explain yourself. Shimen Hao Xian said solemnly. Sure, you can crush your accumulative point jade and leave. Once you're out of here, come to the profound nether mansion and I'll tell you. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Impossible. Shimen Hao Xian shook his head. If you want my points, you'll have to join forces with Wan Qing Qing. Duan Lingtian was just casually asking. Naturally, he knew Shimen Hao Xian would not take the initiative to give up the points he had accumulated for so many days just because he wanted to know something. Therefore, as soon as Shimen Hao Xuan finished speaking, the atmosphere at the scene became a little solemn again. Duan Lingtian, Shimen Hao Xian hasn't comprehended the law of the 5 elements, the law of ice, the law of thunder, and the law of ice. Moreover, he hasn't comprehended the 4 supreme laws. At this moment, Wan Qing Qing's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. The law of destruction? Upon hearing Wan Qing Qing's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian knew Shimen Hao Xian had comprehended the law of destruction that was not related to the 5 elements or the supreme laws. The law of destruction was a very special law. It was not derived from the law of the 5 elements, and it had nothing to do with the supreme laws. It could not be comprehended through celestial methods or divine abilities like the law of the 5 elements. It had to be comprehended on its own. However, the speed of comprehension was much faster than the 4 supreme laws. In fact, it was not slower than comprehending the law of the 5 elements. In terms of strength, it was even stronger than the law of the 5 elements. Among the 5 elements, only the law of thunder and the law of ice were derived from the law of the 5 elements could compare to the law of destruction. Everyone knew, the laws of lightning and the laws of ice originated from the laws of the 5 elements. However, if one were to look at them from all aspects, they would be the laws of the 5 elements. Based on the law of destruction was comparable to the law of destruction. The law of destruction Duan Celestial who had comprehended the law of the celestial would have comprehended it. When the celestial sword celestial sword and the sword, sabers when swords is sabers sword cultivators, saber cultivators, spear cultivators, rod cultivators, and so on. They'll be able to comprehend the law of destruction after they've comprehended it to a certain extent. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned solemn as he looked at Shimen Hao Xian. After all, those who were able to comprehend the law of destruction and specialize in one offensive technique had to be strong-willed. Such a person was not to be trifled with. Duan Lingtian, why don't we make a bet? Shimen Hao Xian suddenly said. While Duan Lingtian, Wn Qing, and Shimen Hao Xian were arguing with each other, he proposed to make a bet with Duan Lingtian. What's the bet? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as his eyes flashed. If I eliminate you and Wn Qing today, you'll have to tell me your origin. If I'm eliminated, I'll give you a floating image pearl that records the battle between 2 celestial kings who have comprehended 9 profundities from the law of space. What do you think? Not only did Shimen Hao Xian mention the price Duan Lingtian had to pay if he lost, but he also mentioned the price he was willing to pay if he lost. A floating image pearl that records the battle between 2 celestial kings who have comprehended 9 profundities from the law of space. As soon as Shimen Hao Xian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. If he could obtain such a floating image pearl, it would greatly help him comprehend the transportation profundity and the other 2 profundities from the law of space. Sure. For this reason, Duan Lingtian readily agreed to the bet. Good. That's great. Shimen Hao Xian laughed heartily when he saw Duan Lingtian agreeing to the bet. Duan Lingtian, regardless of whether you're eliminated or I'm eliminated today, I'll go to the profound nether mansion to have a drink with you. I just hope you'll welcome me at that time. Shimen Hao Xian smiled. Of course, I'll welcome you. Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Shimen Hao Xian, so he smiled back at Shimen Hao Xian. Since both of you are joining forces, I'm sure Wn Qing will be in charge of chasing after me while you'll be in charge of attacking. To be safe, I won't wait for both of you to make the first move. Shimen Hao Xian smiled faintly before he made his move before Duan Lingtian and Wn Qing could make their moves. Swoosh! A gust of wind stirred up as Shimen Hao Xian charged toward Duan Lingtian like an arrow that had been released from a bow. Duan Lingtian felt a sharp aura surging toward him when he saw Shimen Hao Xian charging toward him at lightning speed. It was as though he was a weapon instead of a person. Swoosh! Shimen Hao Xian's body was as nimble as a snake. However, when he approached Duan Lingtian, he seemed to have lost his balance. In the next moment, a black energy flashed around Shimen Hao Xian's body before it transformed into an energy sword that shrouded him. Swoosh! Shimen Hao Xian shook his right hand, and a black sword ray that contained a terrifying destructive aura shot toward Duan Lingtian. The moment the sword appeared, it seemed as though the color of heaven and earth had changed. The sword ray contained a terrifying sword essence. In the past, Duan Lingtian had obtained the inheritance from Feng Qingyang, a sword Dao powerhouse from the Saint Province realm. Although his attainments in the sword Dao were not as high as Shimen Hao Xian's, it was not difficult for him to sense how terrifying Shimen Hao Xian's sword ray was. Swoosh! The sharp sword pierced through the air. It seemed as though the void was about to be pierced by it. Duan Lingtian felt goosebumps rising on his scalp when he sensed the sharp sword chi. He quickly cast the law of space's teleportation profundity. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported 100 meters behind Shimen Hao Xian. His purple robe fluttered as the space territory appeared. Moreover, the void that was shrouded by the space territory seemed to tremble slightly. Moreover, the trembling frequency was getting faster and faster. As expected of the teleportation profundity, one of the two most peculiar speed profundities in heaven and earth. It's really impossible to guard against. Shimen Hao Xian was not surprised that his sword had missed. If Duan Lingtian could not even dodge his first sword ray, he would not be able to defend himself. If that's the case, take another sword ray from me. As soon as Shimen Hao Xian finished speaking, his body trembled, and the black energy halo on his body began to wreak havoc. A terrifying aura swept out from Shimen Hao Xuan's body. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A series of black translucent swordlights emerged from the halo of power around Shimen Hao Xuan's body. They rapidly revolved around Shimen Hao Xuan. When the sword rays wreaked havoc, Shimen Hao Xian exuded a terrifying destructive aura that seemed capable of destroying everything. Humph! As soon as Shimen Hao Xian turned around, a scoff rang in the air. It was none other than Wan Qing Qing. Even Wan Qing Qing did not react to Shimen Hao Xian's sudden attack. When Wan Qing Qing saw Shimen Hao Xian ignoring her and attacking Duan Lingtian again, her expression turned cold immediately. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the next moment, a gust of cold wind blew past, and Wan Qing Qing was in the wind, heading straight for Shimen Hao Xuan. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As Wan Qing Qing moved with the wind, the emerald energy on her body surged. It was the celestial origin energy that had merged with the law of woods wood elemental profundity. In the next moment, swoosh, 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 swoosh. An ear-piercing sound rang in the air. The emerald energy on Wan Qing Qing's body transformed into vines that were as thick as an adult's arm and shot toward Shimen Hao Xian. Wan Qing Qing, you can't trap me. Shimen Hao Xuan faintly smiled in the face of those vines which were sweeping towards him from all directions. Then, all the black sword lights around his body whizzed out. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The black sword rays collided with the emerald green vines that were falling from the sky. The emerald green vines were destroyed before they could even get close to Shimen Hao Xian. However, after the emerald green vines were destroyed, more emerald green vines shot toward Shimen Hao Xian, evading the black sword rays. It's useless. Shimen Hao Xian raised his hand, and a sword that had merged with the law of destruction's fundamental profundity and the destruction elemental profundity appeared out of thin air. Swoosh. As Shimen Hao Xuan casually waved his sword a few times, those vines near him were chopped into several pieces, and instantly lost their vitality, turning into yellow withered vines. At this moment, swoosh, 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 swoosh. Specks of emerald green light poured down from the sky like the Buddha's radiance illuminating the world and delivering all living things from torment, resplendent and dazzling. These emerald green specks of light scattered on the severed withered vines, and at the same time, they scattered on the emerald green vines that were destroyed by the black sword rays that filled the sky. Those emerald green vines, which had originally been twisted into pieces, actually gathered together again after coming into contact with the emerald green light, returning to a complete vine. As for those withered vines that had lost their vitality, not only did they regain their vitality, but they also regained their emerald green color. Even the parts that had been severed were reconnected. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Chapter 3168. Child's Play. Shimen Hao Xuan, who was trapped in the emerald green cage surrounded by vines, was not nervous at all. His face was calm and relaxed. Although Wan Qing Qing's binding technique was brilliant, it was not enough to trap him. As long as he was willing, he would only need a few breaths to break Wan Qing Qing's technique. Wan Qing Qing had to expend a lot of celestial origin energy to cast this technique. It would be extremely difficult for her to cast it again. At that time, he would be able to easily eliminate Wan Qing Qing. However, just as Shimen Hao Xian was about to spend a few breaths to break Wan Qing Qing's technique, his eyes flashed and he saw a figure appearing not far away from him. The cage formed by Wan Qing Qing's vines had completely blocked out all light. It was completely dark inside. However, for someone with Shimen Hao Xian's cultivation base, the darkness did not affect him at all since he could easily see in the dark. Moreover, Even if he did not use his night vision, he could still see through the darkness with his divine consciousness. At this moment, the person who appeared in front of Shimon Hao Xian was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had teleported in. Others would have to break Wen Qingqing's binding technique to enter the cage, but Duan Lingtian did not need to do so since he had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. Buzz, 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 buzz. As soon as Shimon Hao Xian saw Duan Lingtian, he could feel the void around him distorting as spatial energy swept toward him. These spatial powers were like sharp saber lights and sword shadows, emitting bursts of buzzing sounds. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. However, Shimon Hao Xian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the destruction elemental profundity surged and transformed into black sword rays that revolved around him to ward off the spatial energy. It seems like the rumors are true. Speed is your weakness. Shimon Hao Xian stared at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly, based on your actions, it seems like you intend to use Wen Qingqing's binding technique to limit my speed. You want to fight me in Wen Qingqing's binding of vine. Shimon Hao Xian's words exposed Duan Lingtian's thoughts. It's not too late to crush the accumulative point jade and leave. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer some physical pain, Duan Lingtian said. Once he fought with Shimon Hao Xian wouldn't have the chance to use his full strength to break through Wen Qingqing's vines. The shockwaves from their battle were not enough to destroy Wen Qingqing's vines in a short time. Of course, it was only enough to destroy it in a short period of time. If he didn't defeat Shimon Hao Xian in a short time, Wen Qingqing's vines would be completely destroyed by the shockwaves of their attack. Also, Wen Qingqing had told him if her binding of vines was destroyed, she would need to rest for at least half a day before she could use the same level of binding of vines again. Therefore, he only had one chance. Chaos Divine Earth. Just to be on the safe side, I'll need you to lend me a hand this time. In order to defeat Shimon Hao Xian in the shortest time possible, Duan Lingtian did not want to give Shimon Hao Xian an advantage in terms of speed. Humph. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Chaos Divine Earth snorted. Boy, you finally thought of me. Although I'm not as helpful as the profound divine metal and the Chaos Divine Flame, I'm still comparable to an offensive profundity to the rudimentary stage. Outside the binding of vines. Boom, 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 boom. From the beginning, Wen Qingqing had been using all her strength to resist the binding of the vines. As time passed, her forehead was covered in sweat. This was because the shockwaves from the battle were too strong. It was not as simple as the shockwaves. It's only been 3 breaths, but the shockwaves from their battle are already giving me so much pressure. Even if Shimon Hao Xian attacks with all his might, it'll take him a few breaths to break through my defenses. However, they're not targeting me at all. After 4 breaths, Wen Qingqing's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. She was not as pale as a sheet of ice, but she was under too much pressure. If this continues, I'll only be able to hold on for 6 breaths at most. Wen Qingqing was starting to panic. She discovered she had completely underestimated the aftershock of the fight between Duan Lingtian and Shimon Hao Xian. The aftershock of the fight was not much weaker than the full force of Shimon Hao Xian's attack on her binding vine. Wen Qingqing gritted her teeth and held on. She did not even have the time to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, let alone use her divine consciousness to check the situation inside. This was because her nerves were completely taut. The moment she relaxed, the vines binding her would immediately be destroyed. It seems like we won't be able to eliminate Shimon Hao Xian even if we join forces. Wen Qingqing's heart was filled with bitterness. Although Duan Lingtian was strong, she did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Shimon Hao Xian in 6 breaths. Even if Shimon Hao Xian could not make use of his speed, with Duan Lingtian's strength, he would need at least 10 breaths to defeat Shimon Hao Xian. This was Wen Qingqing's understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength. Naturally, she also knew Shimon Hao Xian's strength. In the past, she had been eliminated by Shimon Hao Xian once. Naturally, she knew Shimon Hao Xian's strength. Achem. After 5 breaths, Wen Qingqing was shocked to discover that the binding of vines had disappeared. The terrifying shockwaves from the binding of vines had disappeared, and everything had returned to normal. At the same time, the powerful pressure that had enveloped her body and made her unable to breathe had completely vanished. "Thank you for showing mercy." Just as Wen Qingqing was about to extend her consciousness to investigate the situation, a voice came from the vines. It was filled with gratitude. This voice, Wen Qingqing's eyes lit up when she heard the voice. This was because it was Shimen Haoxuan's voice. In the next moment, Wen Qingqing removed the binding of vines, and two figures appeared in front of her. Duan Lingtian was unscathed. His purple robe had a few cuts, but there were no wounds on the parts of his robe that were cut. Apparently, only his robe was damaged, and he was fine. On the other hand, Shimen Haoxuan had more than a dozen wounds on his body, especially the one on his chest. It was a ghastly sight. If Duan Lingtian had gone a little lower, Shimen Haoxuan would have died. "Don't forget the bet between us." Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Shimen Haoxuan and said, "Don't worry, I'll deliver it to you personally." After Shimen Haoxuan recovered from his injuries, he took out his accumulative points jade and smiled at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Shimen Haoxian did not seem like a person who had just walked past the gates of hell. He seemed completely fine as he smiled at Duan Lingtian, who had almost killed him. "I'll wait for you." Duan Lingtian nodded. "There's no need for that. I'll ask my junior uncle to bring me to the profound nether mansion after I leave. By the time you leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, I should be there as well," Shimen Haoxuan said. Shimen Haoxuan was a core disciple of the grade 6 Red Leaves Mansion. He was quite popular among his peers. Therefore, he would be informed about the changes in the scoreboard from time to time. For this reason, he roughly knew when Duan Lingtian would enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and when Duan Lingtian would leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. "I'll look for you for a drink later." Shimen Haoxuan smiled at Duan Lingtian before he crushed the accumulative points jade in his hand. After Shimen Haoxuan left, Duan Lingtian immediately took out his accumulative points jade. It was clear Shimen Haoxuan was curious about his current points. Shimen Haoxuan was one of the top 6 participants in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He was even ranked first on the scoreboard many times. Before he eliminated Shimen Haoxuan's ranking was already higher than his. However, he did not know his current ranking. After all, Shimen Haoxuan and the other participants had been in the top 6 for more than 6 years. The gap between their points was very small. It was easy for them to overtake those who were ranked ahead of them. "How many points do I have now?" Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was curious about his current points. Even Wen Qingqing was curious about Duan Lingtian's points. 1,207. Duan Lingtian put his accumulative points jade away and looked at Wen Qingqing with a bright smile on his face. This was Wen Qingqing's first time seeing Duan Lingtian smiling like this. She was stunned for a moment before she regained her senses when Duan Lingtian stopped smiling. At this moment, even Wen Qingqing herself didn't notice that a faint blush had appeared on her cheeks. "Congratulations." Wen Qingqing congratulated Duan Lingtian when she learned about Duan Lingtian's current points. "With your current points, you'll definitely rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm this month. Based on what I know, it has been 12 years since anyone has accumulated more than 1,000 points in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm." In Wen Qingqing's opinion, Duan Lingtian's current points were enough to rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I'm sure those who are paying attention to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm scoreboard are dumbfounded. None of them expected you to eliminate Shimen Haoxuan. The people from the Red Leaves Mansion must be even more dumbfounded. I'm sure they didn't expect Shimen Haoxuan, who they thought was invincible in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, would be eliminated one day. Wen Qingqing's words were true. When Shimen Haoxian appeared at one of the portals in the Red Leaves Mansion that led to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, everyone was stunned. Chapter 3169. Shimen Haoxian was a core disciple of the Red Leaves Mansion. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he was already the strongest person below the Celestial King realm in the Red Leaves Mansion. In fact, even in the other celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory, no one below the Celestial King realm dared to say they could defeat Shimen Haoxian. However, Shimen Haoxian had been eliminated by someone else. How could the elders and disciples of the Red Leaves Mansion accept this? Senior Shimen Haoxian. What's going on? Senior Shimen Haoxian, who eliminated you? Could it be that 2 of the 5 have joined forces? The disciples of the Red Leaves Mansion looked at Shimen Haoxian with a disgruntled expression on their faces when they saw him being eliminated. Many elders from the Red Leaves Mansion looked at Shimen Haoxian with disbelief in their eyes. Shimen Haoxian had been eliminated. This was the first time Shimen Haoxian and the other 5 people were eliminated from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm since they were ranked in the top 6. Indeed, I was eliminated by 2 people. However, it's not one of the 5 people. Shimen Haoxian said unhurriedly with a calm expression while facing gazes filled with shock, confusion, disbelief, and even disbelief. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It seems like he's going to rank first this month. A smile appeared on Shimen Haoxian's face when he saw Shimen Haoxian's name on the scoreboard. What an interesting fellow. Shimen Haoxian did not seem disheartened at all. Instead, he remained calm as though nothing had happened. He was calm because he knew Shimen Haoxian had defeated Shimen Haoxian. He was convinced he was defeated by Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing. Naturally, he knew he had been careless and allowed Wan Qingqing to trap him. If he had not been careless, it would have been difficult for Wan Qingqing to trap him. However, if Wan Qingqing had focused on restraining him, coupled with Duan Lingtian, he would have been defeated in the end. Unless I improve my speed, I won't be a match for both of them. Shimen Haoxian was well aware of this. Apart from Zhuge Yunqi, none of them would be a match for Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing if they joined forces. Because of this, Shimen Haoxian wasn't discouraged by the fact that he had been defeated by Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing. Look, the first place on the scoreboard has changed hands. When Shimen Haoxian looked at the scoreboard, some people's gazes also followed Shimen Haoxian's gaze to the scoreboard. With a single glance, they saw that the first place on the scoreboard had already changed hands. What? First place has changed hands? It was by the second place. What? Duan Lingtian? When the group of Red Leaves Mansion's elders and disciples saw that the person ranked first on the scoreboard wasn't one of the 5 people they had expected, their expressions changed. Currently, the person ranked first was Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion. No wonder senior brother Shimen Haoxian said it wasn't the 5 people who eliminated him. As it turns out, it was Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing who eliminated him. One of the Red Leaves Mansion's disciple was the first to regain his senses. The next moment. Hiss, 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 hiss. Sounds of people sucking in cold breaths of air could be heard. The surrounding Red Leaves Mansion's elders and disciples were all shocked. They would never have thought that the core disciple of the Red Leaves Mansion, Shimen Haoxian, was eliminated by Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing are capable of defeating the 6 strongest people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm if they join forces. However, I didn't expect them to be able to eliminate senior Shimen Haoxian. Since he can eliminate senior brother Shimen Haoxian, doesn't that mean he can also eliminate the other 5? That's for sure. Senior brother Shimen isn't any weaker than the other 5. Since Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing can eliminate senior brother Shimen Haoxian, it shouldn't be difficult for them to eliminate the other 5. The Red Leaves Mansion's disciples discussed among themselves. When they thought about how Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing were able to eliminate the other 5 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they felt relieved. They could only sigh at Shimen Haoxian's bad luck for encountering Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing. While the Red Leaves Mansion was in an uproar over Shimen Haoxian's elimination, the other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions were in an uproar as well. Duan Lingtian is ranked first. Is this for real? Heavens! Is Duan Lingtian really heaven-defying? His ranked first in the second month after entering the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Moreover, his points have exceeded 1,000. If nothing goes wrong, he'll rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. There shouldn't be any surprises. Gongsun Wu Ji, who's ranked second, only has slightly over 700 points. If he wants to surpass Duan Lingtian, he'll have to eliminate Wan Qingqing first. He's only eliminated one person in the top 10 who's ranked behind Wan Qingqing. It's impossible for him to catch up to Duan Lingtian. The people from the other grade 6 celestial mansions who were paying attention to the scoreboard stared at the name that was ranked first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm for a long time. The people from the grade 6 celestial mansions were shocked by Duan Lingtian's current ranking. However, the people from the profound nether mansion could only be described as frenzied. I didn't expect to see a celestial duke from the profound nether mansion ranked first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm in my lifetime. Many elders and disciples of the profound nether mansion were so excited that their eyes turned red. After all, this was a great honor for the profound nether mansion. Similarly, it was a great honor for them as well. Even if Duan Lingtian was an outsider whom the profound nether mansion had hired, no matter what, the first place was still the first place. There was no doubt that a celestial duke from the profound nether mansion had ranked first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to rank first. Gongsun Wu Ji from the Azure Green Mansion only has slightly over 700 points. Only Wan Qingqing, the 7th-ranked Gongsun Wu Ji, will be able to help him if he only eliminates one person from the profound nether mansion. A disciple from the profound nether mansion said excitedly. After Duan Lingtian eliminated Shimen Haoxian from the Red Leaves Mansion, Wan Qingqing's ranking had risen to the first place. After Shimen Haoxian was eliminated, not only did Wan Qingqing's ranking rise, but the other 90-odd people behind her also rose in rank. Wan Qingqing was eliminated. Shimen Haoxian was eliminated by Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing. Do you think Gongsun Wu Ji will be able to eliminate Wan Qingqing and Duan Lingtian? Another disciple from the profound nether mansion said disdainfully. If he doesn't eliminate Wan Qingqing, it's impossible for Gongsun Wu Ji to rank first even if he eliminates the 8th-ranked celestial duke. I don't think Gongsun Wu Ji has much time left in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, right? He seems to have entered the middle realm earlier than Shimen Haoxian. He's the first to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. That's why he has an advantage over the other 5. The group of elders and disciples from the profound nether mansion did not think Gongsun Wu Ji would be able to obtain a large number of points in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. It seems like Duan Lingtian will rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm this month. Haha, this is great. Awesome. Duan Lingtian is truly a hero of the profound nether mansion. A commotion broke out in the profound nether mansion as soon as the news spread. Many of the elders and disciples who did not pay much attention to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm began to pay attention to it. After several thousand years, the profound nether mansion finally ranked first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Unlike the people from the profound nether mansion who were excited, the people from the Azure Green Mansion felt as though they had just swallowed a fly. I'm really lucky to rank first before I leave. I wonder if the other 5 will surpass me in the end. Before Gongsun Wu Ji was forcefully transported out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he did not receive any news from the Azure Green Mansion about Duan Lingtian's achievement. However, when he was forcefully transported out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he heard people talking about Duan Lingtian's achievement. I didn't expect senior Gongsun Wu Ji to be ranked first in the end. Damn it. If it weren't for the Martial Battle Mansion's Wan Qingqing, Duan Lingtian wouldn't have been able to eliminate Shimen Haoxian from the Red Leaves Mansion and oust senior Gongsun Wu Ji. I don't really care about the other 5 people who rank first, but why do I feel indignant that someone from the profound nether mansion is ranked first? Gongsun Wu Ji's expression turned unsightly when he heard the discussions of the Azure Green Mansion's disciples. He quickly glanced at the scoreboard. With just a glance, he saw Duan Lingtian was ranked first. He was ranked second. As for the person ranked first, it was none other than Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had relied on the points he obtained by eliminating Shimen Haoxian to climb to the top. With more than 1,000 points, it was basically impossible for anyone to push him down this month. Duan Lingtian. Killing intent flashed in Gongsun Wu Ji's eyes. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In just a blink of an eye, another day had passed. I'll be forcefully transported out of the middle realm in 15 minutes. Wn Qing said to Duan Lingtian, once I'm forcefully transported out of the middle realm, you should leave as well. With your current points, you'll definitely be ranked first. In the past few days, Wn Qing and Duan Lingtian had encountered a few more people and obtained points from them. Duan Lingtian had given all the points to Wn Qing. Wn Qing was certain she would rank 7th on the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard. Chapter 3170. After Wn Qing left, Duan Lingtian returned to the profound Nether Mansion's base and left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through the transporting formation in the profound Nether Mansion's base. It was just as Wn Qing had said. With his current points, it was only a matter of time before he would remain at the top of the scoreboard. It would not be difficult for him to accumulate more points if he continued to stay in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, it was unrealistic for him to accumulate more points. If that was the case, he might as well leave as soon as possible. When Duan Lingtian returned to the profound Nether Mansion's base, a group of 10 Directions Celestial Dukes greeted Duan Lingtian respectfully and addressed Duan Lingtian as senior brother. Now that they knew Duan Lingtian was at the top of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard, they were filled with admiration for this young man who was not even 100 years old. Although they knew Duan Lingtian was only an external aid that the profound Nether Mansion had invited, it did not dampen their enthusiasm. Swoosh! When Duan Lingtian returned to the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was already crowded with people. As soon as he appeared, as someone exclaimed his name, hundreds and thousands of gazes fell on him. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, you're amazing. You actually obtained more than 1,000 points. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, with your current points, you're destined to rank first this month. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, you're my idol. When the profound Nether Mansion's disciples saw Duan Lingtian, they were filled with enthusiasm. Many of them stared at Duan Lingtian with shining eyes, clearly regarding Duan Lingtian as their idol. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I like you. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, do you have a Dao companion? Some of the bolder female disciples even blushed and asked Duan Lingtian if he had a partner. It was obvious they were willing to become Duan Lingtian's partners as long as Duan Lingtian agreed. Before coming out, Duan Lingtian was already mentally prepared that he would be surrounded again. He did not expect the profound Nether Mansion's disciples to be so enthusiastic. This was especially true for the bold female disciples of the profound Nether Mansion. They were so passionate that Duan Lingtian found it hard to accept. Was he the man, or were these female disciples the men? Since when were women so proactive? Duan Lingtian, I never thought that you would actually eliminate Red Leaves Mansion's Shimen Haoxian. At this moment, a profound Nether Mansion elder who was standing close to Duan Lingtian stepped forward to help Duan Lingtian fend off the disciples from the profound Nether Mansion. At this moment, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian and sighed emotionally. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Moreover, if it weren't for Wn Qing's help, I wouldn't have been able to eliminate Shimen Haoxian. There are many people in the major celestial mansions who want to destroy Shimen Haoxian and the others. However, you and Wn Qing are the only ones who have succeeded. There's no need to be humble. The profound Nether Mansion elder smiled. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he turned down the invitations of the profound Nether Mansion's elders and flew out of the transporting formation. Duan Lingtian heaved a long sigh of relief after he left the transporting formation. The profound Nether Mansion's elders were too enthusiastic. Those who had daughters and granddaughters were trying to sell their daughters and granddaughters to Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted him to be their son-in-law. Old Qi. After leaving the transporting formation, Duan Lingtian returned to Elder Qi's cultivation place. His temporary cultivation place was also here. Why did you come out so early? Qi Tianming was surprised to see Duan Lingtian. Aren't you supposed to stay in the Middle Realm for another 2 days? Since Wn Qingqing has left, it's meaningless for me to stay here. It's better for me to cultivate and comprehend the law of space as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian replied. That's true. In any case, with your current points, it's only a matter of time before you rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Qi Tianming had heard about Duan Lingtian ranking first a day ago. As soon as he heard the news, he sent a message to Duan Lingtian to congratulate him. I didn't expect you to rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Before Duan Lingtian entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Qi Tianming did not think Duan Lingtian would rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although Duan Lingtian had gathered a large number of points from the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Qi Tianming did not think Duan Lingtian would rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It was too difficult to rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, there were 6 monstrous geniuses standing in his way. In recent years, the 6 monstrous geniuses had occupied the top 6 spots on the scoreboard. None of them had been eliminated from the top 6 spots. Based on this, one could easily imagine how strong they were. Even when Qi Tianming learned that Duan Lingtian and Wn Qingqing had joined forces, he did not think there was a chance. I was lucky. Duan Lingtian replied. After encountering Shimen Hao Xian, Duan Lingtian no longer dared to underestimate the other 5 monstrous geniuses who had occupied the top 6 spots in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in recent years. Even if he did not get eliminated from the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he would not be able to defeat any one of the 5 monstrous geniuses and Shimen Hao Xian. After all, the 6 monstrous geniuses were much faster than him. Although he could suppress the 5 monstrous geniuses with the help of the 5 divine elements, it was difficult for him to land a hit. At most, he could rely on that kind of attack to protect himself, making the 5 of them helpless. If he wanted to defeat the 6 monstrous geniuses, he would have to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. Only then would he have a chance of defeating the 6 monstrous geniuses. Regardless of whether it's luck or not, you'll rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this month. Qi Tianming smiled. Qi Tianming sighed. It's a pity that you have Wn Qingqing's help this month, but you won't be able to meet her again next month. There's no one in the profound nether mansion who's as fast as Wn Qingqing. Although Qi Tianming did not witness how Duan Lingtian and Wn Qingqing worked together to eliminate Shimen Hao Xian, it was not difficult for him to guess Wn Qingqing's speed played a huge role in that. If it were not for Wn Qingqing's speed, why would Duan Lingtian work together with her? If you have someone who can team up with you every month and whose speed isn't any slower than Wn Qingqing, it won't be difficult for you to complete the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's test as long as your luck isn't bad. Qi Tianming sighed. Until now, he still found it difficult to accept the test the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had set for Duan Lingtian because it was truly too difficult. It was simply too difficult for a young man like Duan Lingtian, who was not even 100 years old, to complete the test. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. We'll deal with it in the future. Contrary to Qi Tianming's worries, Duan Lingtian was much more optimistic. Old Qi, I'd like to visit the coupling celestial sect. Do you have time to bring me there? What? You want to look for your friend? Due to the incident, Qi Tianming had learned about Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had a close friend in the coupling celestial sect. His name was Huang Jiolong. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. All right, I'll bring you there. Qi Tianming nodded before he brought Duan Lingtian to the coupling celestial sect. With Qi Tianming's speed, it only took him 2 to 3 days to arrive at the coupling celestial sect with Duan Lingtian. Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion, was, naturally, welcomed by the first sect leader and second sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. Senior Uncle Chi. Senior Uncle Chi. Whether it was the first sect leader or the second sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, their seniority was lower than Qi Tianming. Therefore, when they saw Qi Tianming, they had to respectfully address him as senior uncle. This must be Duan Lingtian, right? Gongsun Wenqing, the first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. Although Qi Tianming did not introduce Duan Lingtian, he could guess Duan Lingtian's identity. That's right. His Duan Lingtian. Qi Tianming nodded. Nephew Duan, you're really amazing. As far as I know, it's been many years since someone from the profound Nether Mansion managed to rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The profound Nether Mansion is truly proud of nephew Duan's achievement, Gongsun Wenqing said with a smile. You flatter me, sect leader Gongsun. I'm here to look for Huang Jiolong. Duan Lingtian smiled as he replied to Gongsun Wenqing. No matter what, Gongsun Wenqing was Huang Jiolong's master. Naturally, he couldn't neglect him. I've already sent a message for him to come over. Not long after Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Huang Jiolong appeared in Duan Lingtian's field of vision. After a long time apart, the two of them gave each other a big hug. At the same time, Qi Tianming and the other two left tactfully. Brother Duan, you're really amazing. I heard from Master that you're ranked first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this month. Huang Jiolong looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. As far as I know, the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is a stage for 10 Directions Celestial Dukes. Master said you consumed the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. Is that true? That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. The Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit helped you comprehend the law of space? Huang Jiolong asked again. Duan Lingtian did not notice. When Huang Jiolong asked this question, his expression became dignified. His eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something else. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Let's go. Come with me. Huang Jiolong bade farewell to Duan Lingtian before he led Duan Lingtian to the depths of the coupling celestial sect's estate. Since Huang Jiolong was the direct disciple of the first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, his cultivation place was located in the depths of the coupling celestial sect's estate where the heaven and earth spirit energy was the most abundant. Under Huang Jiolong's lead, Duan Lingtian entered his room. Swoosh. After scanning the room with his divine consciousness, Huang Jiolong spread his hand in front of Duan Lingtian. Soon after, a diamond-shaped black stone appeared on his palm. The Supreme Powerhouse Divinity. Chapter 3171. The Supreme Powerhouse Divinity. The profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth exclaimed in shock. Duan Lingtian was taken aback. This was the first time he had seen the 5 divine elements lose their composure. What's the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity? Duan Lingtian asked the 5 divine elements curiously. However, the 5 divine elements did not respond to him. It was as though they were still in shock. Jiolong, what's this? Duan Lingtian could only ask Huang Jiolong since he did not receive any response from the 5 divine elements. Since Huang Jiolong was the one who took it out, he must have some understanding of it. I don't know what it is, but I know it's related to a terrifying powerhouse. Apart from that, it can also derive the law of space. However, I'm not very talented. Although I've had it for many years, I still can't figure out how to use it. Huang Jiolong said solemnly. Derive the law of space. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted in surprise. Where did you get it? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he recalled how the 5 divine elements had addressed the item hovering above Huang Jiolong's palm. The Supreme Powerhouse Divinity. Although Duan Lingtian did not know what a divinity was, he knew what a supreme powerhouse was. A supreme powerhouse was the most powerful being in heaven and earth. Such beings were extremely rare in heaven and earth. For example, the realms of gods, which were separate from the Devata realms and the mundane realms, were all created by a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, The realms of gods were superior to the Devata realms. One could easily imagine how powerful a supreme powerhouse was. It all started 100 years ago, Huang Jialong said as he reminisced. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Huang Jialong's eyes as he said, "At that time, I was just an ordinary golden celestial. I was traveling around the supporting Fall Nation with a few friends. Naturally, we were protected by the powerhouses sent by our families. One day, I got separated from all of them in a dark, sunless swamp that blocked out the divine sense. I waited alone in the swamp for a few days in fear before they found me. During those few days, the space beside me started to distort and vibrate. In fact, I even managed to see the region of spatial turbulence behind the distorted space. There were two people fighting there. Their movements were so powerful that the spatial turbulence could not get close to them. I don't know how long they fought, but I watched them fight for a day and a night. When I first saw them, one of them was covered in wounds while the other was in a wretched state. After a day and a night, the one who was covered in injuries was defeated and he chose to escape. That was the only one who did not give up. They were leisurely strolling through the spatial turbulence as a matter of course. In the end, the person who escaped seemed to have seen me. He stretched out his hand and took out this stone from his body. He threw it at me and slapped it with his palm. At the same time the stone landed beside me, the turbulent space was also slapped by his palm and calmed down. Do you know? At that time, I thought I was dreaming. Everyone knows the spatial turbulence in the Devata realms is extremely terrifying. Even heavenly emperors would die if they enter it. However, those two people are walking through it as if it's flat ground. They're treating it as a battlefield. When the spatial turbulence in the chaotic space hits them, it's like a gust of wind. They're completely unharmed. Huang Jialong's face was filled with shock and disbelief as he spoke. At that time, I knew. The thing that the man threw at me while he was escaping was not simple at all. After that, I put this thing in my spatial ring. From then on, whenever I fell into a dream, that person's figure would appear in my dreams, and he would perform all kinds of tricks. In the beginning, I didn't know what kind of technique he was using. However, after reading through the books and understanding the law of space, I realized he was using the law of space. Unfortunately, up until now, I still haven't figured it out. Coincidentally, you obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and became a 10 directions celestial duke. Moreover, the fruit helped you comprehend many profundities from the law of space. Therefore, I thought it would be better for you to keep this instead of me. It'll only collect dust with me. As Huang Jialong spoke, he extended his hand and placed the stone in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not take the stone. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely dumbfounded. He's walking through the spatial turbulence as though it's flat ground. The spatial turbulence in the Devata realms is completely different from the spatial turbulence in the mundane realms. Even heavenly emperors would die if they entered the spatial turbulence. Even an ordinary deity would have no chance of survival if they were to enter it. The profound divine metal and the others said this is the divinity of a supreme powerhouse. Is it possible that the two men are supreme powerhouses? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened, and his breathing quickened when he thought about this. Boy, hurry up and take it. Boy, this is a great fortune. With this, your future path will be smooth sailing. There's almost no treasure in this world that's comparable to this. The voices of the profound divine metal and the chaos divine earth rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was as though they were afraid Huang Jialong would refuse to give the divinity to Duan Lingtian. What's this thing? Duan Lingtian asked the profound divine metal and the chaos divine earth. The supreme powerhouse divinity. Does it have something to do with the supreme powerhouse? The supreme powerhouse divinity is something a supreme powerhouse left behind after he condensed his comprehension of the law of space. Unless the supreme powerhouse is willing to leave behind the divinity, no one can force him to do so, the chaos divine fire said. The chaos divine flame's voice rang in the air. Earlier, he said that after he obtained the supreme powerhouse godhead, he saw someone practicing the law of space in his sleep. That means the supreme powerhouse who left behind the supreme powerhouse godhead had comprehended the law of space to the peak and became a supreme powerhouse. In terms of comprehension of the laws of space, in this world, only other supreme existences who have reached the pinnacle through the laws of space can compare to him. If you can obtain this, no one will be able to match your speed in comprehending the law of space in the future. In fact, even if we help you comprehend the law of fire, the law of metal, and the law of earth, it won't be as fast as you comprehend the law of space after you obtain this thing. The Chaos Divine Fire sighed as it said, "This boy has obtained the supreme powerhouse divinity for 100 years, but he hasn't even comprehended the fundamental profundity of the law of space. This means he's not destined to comprehend the law of space in his life. He's just a piece of rotten wood when it comes to the law of space." In this world, there were some people who had high attainments in certain laws and comprehended them with ease. However, there were some laws that they would never be able to comprehend. Huang Jiolong was clearly such a person. It was impossible for him to comprehend the law of space. This was because the divinity left behind by a supreme powerhouse who had comprehended the law of space to the pinnacle. As long as it was not impossible for someone to comprehend the law of space within 100 years, they would be able to comprehend the law of space. Gasp! Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply when he heard the Chaos Divine Fire's words. When he looked at the supreme powerhouse divinity hovering in Huang Jiolong's hand again, his eyes shone brightly. The supreme powerhouse divinity contained the law of space that Duan Lingtian had comprehended to the pinnacle. If he could obtain it, he would be able to comprehend the law of space without any obstacles in the future. "Jiolong, do you know how precious the thing in your hand is?" Duan Lingtian asked solemnly as he looked at Huang Jiolong. "It doesn't matter if it's precious or not. It has been in my possession for 100 years, but it hasn't shown its full potential. Since you've comprehended the law of space, it means we're fated to meet. You don't have to be so polite with it." Huang Jiolong said with a smile. "This is the supreme powerhouse divinity." Duan Lingtian did not reach out to take it. Instead, he told Huang Jiolong about the origin of the rhombus-shaped black stone. He did not hide anything from Duan Lingtian. The Chaos Divine Earth was rendered speechless by Duan Lingtian's actions. "Idiot! Why are you telling him this? If you tell him this, he won't give you the supreme powerhouse divinity anymore," the Chaos Divine Earth said in exasperation. However, Duan Lingtian ignored it. It had its own rules. Huang Jiolong treated it as a brother. How could it lie to Huang Jiolong? Impossible. Supreme powerhouses. As it turns out, the two powerhouses fighting in the turbulent space are the strongest existences in this world. They're even stronger than the heavenly emperors. Huang Jiolong said with a sigh. "Brother Duan, keep it. I believe with this supreme powerhouse divinity, you'll be able to go far in the future. I only hope that when you become a supreme powerhouse in the future, you'll come back and have a drink with me." Although Huang Jiolong knew how precious the supreme powerhouse divinity was, he still wanted to give it to Duan Lingtian. "This is the supreme powerhouse divinity. Keep it. Who knows? You might be able to comprehend the law of space and reach the heavens in a single bound," Duan Lingtian said. He did not reach out to take the divinity. Instead, he kindly reminded Huang Jiolong, "Just take it. I know my limits." Huang Jiolong shook his head and said with a smile, "Moreover, it's all thanks to you that I'm able to reach the heavens in a single bound and become the last disciple of the coupling celestial sect. The further you go, the higher my position in the coupling celestial sect will be. Consider this supreme powerhouse divinity my investment in you," Huang Jiolong said in a carefree manner. Chapter 3172. Duan Lingtian caught the stone in his hand. It felt as light as a feather. "Senior Chaos Divine Flame, can I transfer the world-cleansing divine water from my body to Jiolong's?" Duan Lingtian asked the Chaos Divine Flame in his body. Since Huang Jiolong had given him the supreme powerhouse divinity, he wanted to repay Huang Jiolong. His status as the last disciple of the coupling celestial sect was nothing compared to the supreme powerhouse divinity. "You can. However, the world-cleansing divine water might not accept him as its host after it awakens. At that time, it might leave him," the Chaos Divine Flame replied. "In that case, I'll keep him by my side. With me and your help, the world-cleansing divine water will believe that Jiolong will be able to bring it to greater heights, right? Duan Lingtian said bluntly as his eyes glinted. It's useless. The chaos divine flame sighed. We're in your body. If the other world-cleansing divine water attacks the world-cleansing divine water in your friend's body, we won't be able to do anything. After all, if our energy enters your friend's body, it'll harm him as well. If you give him the world-cleansing divine water, he'll have to rely on himself to keep the world-cleansing divine water after it awaken. The chaos divine flame said. I see. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. In the end, he decided to give the world-cleansing divine water to Huang Jiolong. After learning what the world-cleansing divine water was, Huang Jiolong, naturally, did not want to accept Duan Lingtian's gift. Jiolong, if you're unwilling, I'll return the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity to you. To me, the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity is far more valuable than a second-form world-cleansing divine water, Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. His tone was firm. In the end, Huang Jiolong had no choice but to accept the gift. However, after I transfer it to your body, it'll remain dormant. When it awakens in the future, you'll have to rely on yourself to keep it. Duan Lingtian reminded Huang Jiolong understood. Huang Jiolong nodded solemnly. For the next 2 days, Duan Lingtian stayed at Huang Jiolong's place. Huang Jiolong had another room besides his own. During these 2 days, Huang Jiolong asked Duan Lingtian about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After learning about how Duan Lingtian had obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. It's true that fortune comes from danger. Although I knew that the reincarnated celestial emperor was not a simple person, I didn't expect him to set up such a huge trap. If you and Ling Jueyun didn't have a trump card, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to escape the fate of becoming the sacrificial offerings of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. After learning about what had happened to Duan Lingtian, even though Duan Lingtian was fine in the end, Huang Jiolong still broke out in cold sweat for him. Something worth mentioning was, over the past 2 days, Duan Lingtian had only slept for half a night before he successfully comprehended the teleportation profundity of the laws of space. Naturally, this was all thanks to the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity. You already have a certain level of comprehension of the law of space's transportation profundity. With the help of the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity, it's not surprising that you managed to comprehend it in a dream. These were the Chaos Divine Flame's words. It was not surprised that Duan Lingtian managed to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity in a dream. The Supreme Powerhouse Divinity in Duan Lingtian's possession was condensed from a Supreme Powerhouse's lifetime of comprehension of the law of space. Moreover, only a Supreme Powerhouse who had comprehended the law of space would be able to condense a Supreme Powerhouse Divinity that contained the law of space. With this, Duan Lingtian would be able to comprehend the law of space to the fullest with the help of the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity. After all, Duan Lingtian would no longer encounter any obstacles on his path to comprehending the law of space. At this point, Duan Lingtian had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Moreover, with the help of the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity, it was only a matter of time before Duan Lingtian comprehended the remaining 2 profundities. Jiolong, do you want to go to the profound nether mansion with me? When they were about to leave the coupling celestial sect, Duan Lingtian asked Huang Jiolong. If Huang Jiolong was willing, he could bring Huang Jiolong to the profound nether mansion. I want to go, but I don't want to rely on you. I want to rely on my own strength. Huang Jiolong said with a grin. Upon hearing Huang Jiolong's words, Duan Lingtian no longer tried to persuade Huang Jiolong then, I'll wait for you in the profound nether mansion. On the second day after returning to the profound nether mansion, Duan Lingtian was summoned by Qi Tianming. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Based on Qi Tianming's expression, it was obvious Qi Tianming wanted to talk to him about something. Shimon Hao Xian from the Red Leaves Mansion is here with a vice mansion master of the Red Leaves Mansion. He specifically asked to see you. Qi Tianming asked, are you going to meet them? If not, I'll reject them on your behalf. Although the profound nether mansion had to give face to the vice mansion master of the Red Leaves Mansion, Duan Lingtian was not an exception. However, if Duan Lingtian was unwilling to meet them, Qi Tianming could still reject them. I have an appointment with them. Where is he? I'll go meet him. Duan Lingtian did not expect Shimen Haoxian to come so quickly. He was slightly surprised. After asking Qi Tianming about Shimen Haoxian's temporary residence, he made his way to Shimen Haoxian's residence. Duan Lingtian, we meet again. Shimen Haoxian greeted Duan Lingtian as soon as he arrived at the entrance. At the same time, he handed a floating image pearl to Duan Lingtian and said, "This is the floating image pearl I lost to you." Although the floating image pearl was not very useful to Duan Lingtian since he already possessed the supreme powerhouse divinity, he still accepted it. Even so, he still accepted it. As the saying went, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Perhaps, he would be able to comprehend the law of space at a faster speed after looking at the floating image pearl. Although the chances of that happening were slim, it was still possible. At the very least, he had to give it a try. After that, Shimen Haoxian and Duan Lingtian continued chatting. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, Shimen Haoxian did not ask about his origin at all. He did not even ask about it. After a while, Duan Lingtian learned a lot about the 10 major clans and the 5 major sects in the Southern Heaven territory from Shimen Haoxian. These were not things that could be learned from books and memory celestial talismans. Duan Lingtian, there's one more thing. Shimen Haoxian said as he looked around. Suddenly, Shimen Haoxian glanced at the surroundings. After he was certain no one was spying on them, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. The Blood Skull Gang has reactivated the mission targeting you. Initially, they thought you were sacrificed to the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit Tree by the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. However, they've received news about your outstanding performance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Shimen Haoxian looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood that Shimen Haoxian already knew a little about his background. No wonder he did not even ask a single question earlier. How do you know the Blood Skull Gang has sent a mission to target me? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as strands of terrifying cold lights were faintly suffused in the depths of his eyes that looked at Shimen Haoxian. Don't misunderstand. I'm not related to the Blood Skull Gang. I only know about this because I overheard it from a friend of mine. Shimen Haoxian shook his head and said when he saw the coldness in Duan Lingtian's eyes, his father is an internal affairs elder in the Blood Skull Gang. Shimen Haoxian had only learned about the mission to target Duan Lingtian the day before. When his friend found out he had been eliminated by Duan Lingtian, he had come to console him, saying that Duan Lingtian would not live for long. Unless Duan Lingtian decided to stay in the profound Nether Mansion forever. Duan Lingtian, if you leave the profound Nether Mansion in the future, you must bring Inspector Qi with you. I heard Inspector Qi brought you here from the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Based on how important you are to the profound Nether Mansion, I'm sure he'll take care of you. Shimen Haoxian said solemnly to Duan Lingtian, if it's inconvenient for him, you can look for the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion. With your current value, he'll definitely take care of you. He won't let anything happen to you. If you're unhappy in the profound Nether Mansion, just send me a message. I'll ask my old ancestor to bring you to the Red Leaves Mansion. As long as you're a member of the Red Leaves Mansion, the Red Leaves Mansion won't let you die in the hands of the Blood Skull Gang. Shimen Haoxian's words were sincere and came from the bottom of his heart. Why do you have to remind me? Duan Lingtian looked at Shimen Haoxian meaningfully. You should know that if I'm killed by the Blood Skull Gang, it'll be a good thing for you and the other 5. Even so, I won't use such a method to eliminate you. Even if I want to defeat you, I'll defeat you fair and square in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Shimen Haoxian said sternly. Shimen Haoxian's magnanimity left a good impression on Duan Lingtian. Since you've treated me so well, I won't team up with anyone to fight you the next time I meet you in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I'm afraid you won't be a match for me if you don't team up with anyone. Shimen Haoxian said with a smile, save your words for a few years later. Just because I wasn't a match for you in the past doesn't mean I'm not a match for you now. After comprehending the law of space's transportation profundity, Duan Lingtian knew his speed was among the best in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. For this reason, he was confident he could defeat Shimen Hao Xian even without Wan Qingqing's help. "You're so confident. I'll wait and see." Shimen Hao Xian looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. However, based on his tone, it was obvious he did not think Duan Lingtian would be strong enough to fight him in a one-on-one battle in such a short time. In terms of offense, Shimen Hao Xian knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian. However, in terms of speed, Duan Lingtian was no match for Shimen Hao Xian. Shimen Hao Xian was 70% confident he could defeat Duan Lingtian in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm with his speed. First place in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm for 12 consecutive months. The Imperial Tutor Gong? As long as I'm lucky, I should be able to pass the test within a year. Chapter 3173. Currently, there were only 2 weeks left before the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm would reset. However, among the top 6 people on the scoreboard, only one of them was still in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm while the other 5 had already exited. Among the 5 people, Duan Lingtian was the only one who had exited the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm earlier than the others. Currently, there are only a few people in the top 30 who are still in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I don't think there'll be any changes to the top 30 by the end of the month. I'm not sure if the other rankings will change, but I'm certain the first place on the scoreboard won't be replaced. With more than 1,000 points, he's half a point ahead of the second place. It's impossible to replace him. In everyone's opinion, Duan Lingtian, the profound Nether Mansion's disciple, would definitely rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. It was only natural that an unknown disciple of the profound Nether Mansion would take the first place in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Apart from the grade 6 celestial mansions in the southern heaven territory, even the 10 major clans and 5 great sects were aware of Duan Lingtian's existence. Investigate Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a 10 directions celestial duke. Moreover, it seems like he has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space and is in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity from the law of space. The high-ranking officials in the 10 major clans and 5 great sects sent people to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. Even the Su clan, one of the 10 major clans of the profound Nether Mansion, sent people to look for the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. Soon after, news of Duan Lingtian being from the Simplicity Celestial sect and Duan Lingtian consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit spread to the 10 major clans and 5 great sects. Realization dawned on the 10 major clans and 5 great sects. If it was due to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that Duan Lingtian was able to become a 10 directions celestial duke and comprehend so many profundities from the law of space, in that case, Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension were not as heaven-defying as imagined. Although there were not many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials under the age of 100 who had comprehended 2 or 3 profundities from a law, there were still some in the 10 major clans and 5 major sects. Now, Duan Lingtian was viewed as such an existence, and for a time, the 10 great clans and 5 great sects did not pay much attention to him. The Tao Scholar Profound sect was one of the 5 major sects in the Southern Heaven territory. It was a 5th grade sect. That Duan Lingtian. Not only did he not die in Yang Huang Heaven, he even snatched the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from the hands of the reincarnated immortal emperor. In a spacious courtyard in the Tao Scholar Profound sect's encampment, a young man raised his eyebrows slightly after receiving the message. This young man was dressed in a white robe. He had a handsome appearance and held a folding fan in his hand. He was elegant and had an outstanding temperament. One look and one could tell that he was not a simple person. He was none other than one of the 3 true disciples of the Tao Scholar Profound sect, Yang Ruyu. Yang Ruyu was also the youngest true disciple in the history of the Tao Scholar Profound sect. Chen Li Yang Ruyu sent a message to Chen Li, the son of Chen Yuan Shan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Have you heard about Duan Lingtian? You know about it. Clearly, Chen Li had long known about it. Yes. Yang are you replied. Then, he sent another message to Chen Li. Are you alright? If you need my help with this matter, just give me a call. Don't worry, I'm fine. My father has already taken responsibility for this matter. The Bloodskull Gang will continue to target him. Chen Li replied. The mission to target Duan Lingtian was issued by the Simplicity Celestial sect in the past, and Chen Li was the guarantor. Initially, they thought it was a simple mission. However, the Bloodskull Gang lost many Celestial Kings because of it. This made the high-ranking members of the Bloodskull Gang extremely displeased. Under such circumstances, Chen Li was in charge. As the guarantor, Chen Li was under a lot of pressure. However, no matter what, Chen Li's father was still the vice leader of the Bloodskull Gang. It was not difficult for him to take responsibility for this matter. The realm battlefield was a place where two realms of gods intersected. It would appear once every 10,000 years, and it would last for 1,000 years every time it appeared. This time, the realm battlefield would appear when the realm of gods, the divine offering land, and another realm of gods, the land of sanctions met. It had been several decades since the opening of the planar battlefield. Boom, 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 boom. Mountains collapsed one after another. Following that, two figures flew out of the dust-filled sky. One of them was a burly man, and the other was a peerless beauty dressed in white. Blood could be seen trickling down the corner of the peerless beauty's mouth. On the other hand, the burly man was unharmed. You're not a match for me. The burly man grinned, and his smile was very proud. At this moment, the peerless beauty seemed to be in a daze. A bitter smile could be seen on her face. No wonder I'm going to die here today. No. If I die here, what about Sister Li Fei? What about Nian Tian? What about Sai Ling? What about father, mother, and Uncle Feng? The peerless beauty's eyes were filled with unwillingness. If I had the strength from my past life, I wouldn't be afraid of this person. Unfortunately, I'm still a step away from regaining the strength I had in my past life. This step is like a moat that I haven't been able to cross. Her heart was filled with despair. Wisps of faint blood qi appeared on the peerless beauty's body. The rising blood qi gathered together and turned into a strange beast. You're a direct descendant of the Xia clan in the divine offering land? The burly man frowned slightly when he saw the strange beast formed from the blood energy. Who's Xia Jie to you? You know my third uncle? The peerless beauty looked at the burly man in surprise. The blood energy that rose from the surface of her body dissipated in just a blink of an eye. He's your third uncle. The burly man's eyes widened slightly before he sighed. 10,000 years ago, he went to the land of sanctions and saved my life. A hint of nostalgia could be seen in the burly man's eyes as he sighed. It was as though he had returned to the past. Since you're his niece, I won't kill you. The burly man shook his head before he turned around and left. The peerless beauty only regained her senses when the burly man's figure disappeared from her sight. The bitter smile on her face widened as she muttered to herself, I didn't think I'd be so lucky today. It's all thanks to third uncle that I'm still alive. The peerless beauty was none other than Ke. Naturally, Ke was also the young miss of the Xia clan in the divine offering land, Xia Ning Shui. With my strength, it seems like I shouldn't venture too deep into the realm battlefield. If I didn't run into third uncle's old acquaintance, I would have died. With this thought in mind, Ke turned around and left. She no longer dared to take any risks. Death was like an extinguished lamp. She still had many things to do. She could not die just yet. I miss Brother Tian so much. Kuer's sigh was filled with longing. In the spirit overarching heaven. In the profound nether mansion in the southern heaven territory. Ke. Duan Lingtian woke up with a start from a nightmare. Originally, there was only a figure in his dream that was demonstrating the laws of space. However, for some reason, he suddenly dreamt of Ke. Moreover, he dreamt that something had happened to Ke. When he woke up, Duan Lingtian was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. In fact, It was not entirely a coincidence that Duan Ling Tian had such a nightmare. An omnipotent godhead was the condensation of an omnipotent's lifetime comprehension of the laws. It also contained the omnipotent's power. An omnipotent was the most powerful life form in the world. Every action of theirs involved the laws of heaven and earth. When Ke encountered danger, Duan Lingtian was still able to receive some sort of hint from the omnipotent godhead. Of course, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. He only thought that it was a pure nightmare. He didn't know that Ke had indeed just experienced a life-and-death calamity. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was finally released. Those who were still in the middle realm were forcibly transported out. Duan Lingtian is in first place. Although everyone in the profound Nether Mansion knew this would happen, they were still excited when the result was announced. The mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion even announced that Duan Lingtian would be allowed to become an inner court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. Nobody in the profound Nether Mansion had any objections to this. In fact, nobody was dissatisfied even if they were secretly unhappy. After all, Duan Lingtian had brought glory to the profound Nether Mansion. It was only natural for him to be given this privilege. Everyone in the profound Nether Mansion thought so. However, to Duan Lingtian, it did not matter if he became an inner court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion or not. What mattered to him was that he would be heavily nurtured by the profound Nether Mansion after he became the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Now that he had the supreme powerhouse divinity, he no longer needed to rely on the profound Nether Mansion for the law of space. However, he still needed to rely on the profound Nether Mansion for his cultivation base. Once one became a 10-direction celestial duke, it would take a long time for Duan Lingtian to cultivate and become a 10-direction celestial duke. Although Duan Lingtian had the divine crystal and the main branch from the divine tree of life in his little world, he still needed to cultivate step by step. However, it would allow him to absorb as much heaven and earth spirit energy as possible. In the Devata realms, there were many celestial fruits and medicinal pills that could increase one's cultivation base. Such celestial fruits and medicinal pills were extremely precious. Even the profound Nether Mansion did not have many of them. Usually, only the core disciples of the profound Nether Mansion would be able to obtain such celestial fruits and medicinal pills through competitions. After becoming the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, I'll be able to obtain as many celestial pills and celestial fruits as I wish. Of course, that's only if the imperial tutor's status in the profound Nether Mansion is as high as old Qi said. Duan Lingtian trusted Qi Tianming. A month later, the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened again. Chapter 3174. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and arrived at the profound Nether Mansion's base, he was greeted by a group of profound Nether Mansion's disciples. The disciples from the profound Nether Mansion spoke in a respectful tone. Yes. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded at the group of profound Nether Mansion's disciples before he made his way out of the profound Nether Mansion's base. It's a pity senior brother Duan Lingtian can't join forces with Wn Qing Qing. Otherwise, even Gongsun Wu Ji wouldn't be able to do anything to them if they joined forces, one of the profound Nether Mansion's disciples said with a sigh as he was about to leave the profound Nether Mansion's base. Over the past few years, Gongsun Wu Ji has visited the profound Nether Mansion's base 3 times. During those 3 times, not many people dared to leave the base. Another profound Nether Mansion's disciple sighed. Blocking a Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was tantamount to offending the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion. Not many people would do such a thing. However, it was normal for 2 Grade 6 Celestial Mansions who were at odds with each other to do such a thing. After all, 2 Grade 6 Celestial Mansions were like fire and water. There was no need to worry about offending each other. Gongsun Wu Ji, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion, was one of the 6 strongest people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Every time the Profound Nether Mansion's disciples learned about the location of the Profound Nether Mansion's base, he would come to the Profound Nether Mansion's base. Nobody in the Profound Nether Mansion was a match for Gongsun Wu Ji. Therefore, the Profound Nether Mansion did not have a way to deal with him. The Profound Nether Mansion's disciples could only hole up in the Profound Nether Mansion's base, not daring to leave. What? Do you know where the Azure Green Mansion's base is? Duan Lingtian turned to look at the two Profound Nether Mansion's disciples and asked bluntly, "Are you sure?" Senior Duan Lingtian, a friend of mine, passed by the Azure Green Manor's encampment yesterday, and he was nearly killed. Fortunately, he managed to escape by crushing his jade token. He knows the exact location of the Azure Green Manor's encampment, so it won't be difficult for him to find it. The Profound Nether Mansion's disciple who spoke first quickly replied when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. He sighed before he continued to say, "It's a pity no one in the Profound Nether Mansion is as fast as Wn Ching Ching. Otherwise, we could have assisted you, Senior Duan Lingtian, in stopping the Azure Green Mansion's base. Where is the Azure Green Mansion's camp? Tell me the route from here." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as a bright light shot out from his eyes. "Senior brother Duan Lingtian, we know you're not weak. However, there's still Gongsun Wuji in Azure Green Mansion." One of the Profound Nether Mansion's disciples reminded Duan Lingtian, "Gongsun Wuji isn't any weaker than Shimen Hao Xian from the Red Leaves Mansion." "That's right, Senior brother Duan Lingtian. The Azure Green Mansion is different from the Fire Glaze Mansion. The strongest person in the Fire Glaze Mansion is Tan Yuan. He's not even on the same level as Gongsun Wu Ji." Another Profound Nether Mansion's disciple chimed in. "Gongsun Wu Ji isn't any weaker than Shimen Hao Xian?" Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. "Just tell me the location of the Azure Green Mansion's base. You don't have to worry about anything else." Since Duan Lingtian insisted on knowing the location of the Azure Green Mansion's base, the Profound Nether Mansion's disciple did not hide it from him. He told Duan Lingtian the route from the Profound Nether Mansion's base to the Azure Green Mansion's base. "Thank you." After thanking the disciple, Duan Lingtian left the Profound Nether Mansion's base and disappeared from the sight of the Profound Nether Mansion's disciples. "Do you think Senior brother Duan Lingtian is going to stop the Azure Green Mansion's base?" One of the Profound Nether Mansion's disciples gulped and asked with difficulty. "I don't think so. Although Senior brother Duan Lingtian is strong, I don't think he's a match for Gongsun Wu Ji. It's not realistic for him to go to the Azure Green Mansion's base unless he finds someone to help him." Another Profound Nether Mansion's disciple chimed in. The rest of the Profound Nether Mansion's disciples shared the same thoughts. A day passed in just a blink of an eye. Although Duan Lingtian's name had entered the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was obvious that he had made a name for himself. However, no one knew he had gone to the Azure Green Mansion's base. For this reason, the Profound Nether Mansion's disciples were certain Duan Lingtian had gone to the Azure Green Mansion's base to find someone to help him. The Azure Green Mansion's Gongsun Wu Ji has also entered the middle realm. At the same time, the people from the other celestial mansions saw Gongsun Wu Ji's name on the scoreboard. Moreover, Gongsun Wu Ji's name was rising faster than Duan Lingtian. In just a day, Gongsun Wu Ji had surpassed Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Currently, Duan Lingtian was roaming the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He nodded at the Profound Nether Mansion's disciples and eliminated the disciples from the other celestial mansions. During this time, he encountered two disciples from the Azure Green Mansion. One of them was eliminated by Duan Lingtian. The other disciple's eyes were filled with killing intent when he recognized Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Duan Lingtian killed him. Duan Lingtian knew this was the case. If he was weaker than Gongsun Wu Ji, Gongsun Wu Ji would not let him go so easily. Duan Lingtian, in the Martial Battle Mansion, before Wn Ching Ching entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, she saw Duan Lingtian had risen to the top 10. If I run into him again, I might be able to join forces with him. However, the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is huge. It won't be easy to run into him, Wn Ching Ching thought to herself. Wen Qingqing knew this very well. Therefore, she did not expect to encounter Duan Lingtian again in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion is too strong. I didn't even have time to react before he almost killed me. If he didn't show mercy, I would have died. In the past, I was skeptical about Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion. However, I'm truly impressed this time. Didn't they say Duan Lingtian's strength is so strong that he can't even enter the second tier? My speed is enough to enter the second echelon, but why isn't he faster? It wasn't easy for me to fight my way into the top 20. In the end, I was sent out by Duan Lingtian. My many days of hard work were all for naught. As time passed, Duan Lingtian gradually eliminated people from the various grade 6 immortal mansions. These people were genuinely shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Some people even felt that, even if Duan Lingtian did not join forces with Wen Qingqing, he might still be able to fight Shimen Hao Xian and the others. On the 6th day Duan Lingtian entered the southern heaven ancient realm. With this, he was ranked 7th on the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. At this time, he had accumulated 383 points. At this time, something unexpected happened. Duan Lingtian returned to the profound nether mansion's base. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, congratulations on making it to 7th place again. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, congratulations. In the profound nether mansion's base, a group of profound nether mansion's disciples congratulated Duan Lingtian respectfully as they watched Duan Lingtian enter the transporting formation and return to the profound nether mansion's base. It seems like senior brother Duan Lingtian didn't join forces with anyone to enter the 7th place on the scoreboard. How amazing! However, compared to Shimen Hao Xian, Gongsun Wuji, and the others, he's still lacking in experience. Otherwise, he wouldn't be ranked 7th since he entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm so early. Everyone needs time to accumulate experience. Senior brother Duan Lingtian has done well. After Duan Lingtian left, the profound nether mansion's disciples in the profound nether mansion's base began to whisper among themselves. Nobody knew why Duan Lingtian had left the profound nether mansion's base. At one of the transporting formations in the profound nether mansion's estate that led to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Duan Lingtian, naturally, attracted everyone's attention. However, Duan Lingtian did not pay any attention to the excited crowd. Instead, he looked at the scoreboard. Shimen Hao Xian is ranked 3rd. Gongsun Wuji is ranked 2nd. Duan Lingtian sneered when he saw Gongsun Wuji's name on the scoreboard. It's time. If I wait any longer, he might not be able to make it back to the Azure Green Mansion's base in time. Under the shocked gazes of the profound nether mansion's elders and disciples, Duan Lingtian returned to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In the profound nether mansion's base in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, a group of profound nether mansion's disciples did not expect Duan Lingtian to return. This time, before they could even greet Duan Lingtian had already teleported and disappeared before their eyes. A day later, the Azure Green Mansion's base. Duan Lingtian followed the route he had learned from the profound nether mansion's disciples and arrived outside the Azure Green Mansion's base. He did not bother to hide at all. At this moment, 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples walked out of the Azure Green Mansion's base. Buzz! A grey saber ray shot out from the spatial rift and left bloody wounds on the 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples' bodies before they could react. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples' expressions changed drastically. They felt as though they were facing a formidable enemy. After all, they knew Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. If Duan Lingtian did not show mercy earlier, they would have died. Most importantly, they were not weak at all. They did not even see who had attacked them. Swoosh! When the 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples were still terrified, Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared in front of them. Return to the Azure Green Mansion's base or die, Duan Lingtian said coldly as he stared at the 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples. Duan Lingtian? The 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples' expressions changed drastically when they saw the identity token hanging on Duan Lingtian's waist. They hastily turned around and returned to the azure green mansion's base. Although Duan Ling Tian's voice was not loud, the group of Azure Green Mansion's disciples in the Azure Green Mansion's base still heard it clearly. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.